Uh, I could see the session is getting recorded now. Um, so I could see a couple of participants have already joined, and remaining will be joining very soon. Meanwhile, I'll give a quick introduction for myself. I am Mohit. I've already taken some sessions for IBS last year for some of your peers and colleagues. I have been training for business analysis, project management, and agile for a couple of years now. So if I quickly share my profile, I'll share my screen so that all of you can see. Yes. So if you see, I started my career around 18 years ago. And my first organization was TCS, wherein I joined as a developer. I was not even a business analyst, system analyst, or a product owner. I passed out of my college as an engineer, so definitely joined as a developer. But within 1 or 2 years, I realized technology is not cup of my tea. Reason being is because I was a mechanical engineer and understanding software engineering, I found it a bit challenging, even though I cleared some of the uh, Java related certifications. I remembered I learned EJB, struts, Spring framework, all the latest Java technology. Java is still very popular. If you see, still a lot of apps are developed on Java, but it has evolved. Now we have React on the UI, we have Node.js on the business logic side, and then we have a lot of technology on the database side as well. So started my career as a techie, but within 1 2 years, I realized that my interest lies towards business. Actually, my parents were working with bank. Both of them were part of SBI that time. So I thought of aligning myself to financial services, and this is how my journey got kick-started back in 2006, early 2006, um, for financial services as a business analyst. That time it was not a business analyst. We used to call it system analyst. So started my career then in 2006 within TCS, and to my surprise or my delight, I was working for SBI as my customer as well. So if you remember, SBI at that time, they were the first bank in India who launched uh, internet banking within India. So was very fortunate to be part of that program. So worked there for SBI. We successfully launched internet banking portal in 2006. And then after TCS, I joined Infosys. In Infosys, it was all about lending. So, and specifically when I say lending, it was retail lending. So was into mortgages and all of those lendings that we have within retail space, like overdrafts, credit cards, personal loans, auto loans, and so on. We built a product from scratch and then started offering that product across globe through Infosys. RBC was our major client, Royal Bank of Canada, and where we delivered that product, which we called as Finacle. In TCS, it was TCS Bags. In Infosys, it was Finacle. Both are core banking products, and they were rapidly expanding the product offering. So, 5 years worked with TCS Infosys, and then finally, I did my MBA. After my MBA, 1 year MBA in finance, I again joined the industry, and this time I worked for Commonwealth Bank of Australia in Sydney. Fantastic experience. It was into payments. This time it was into payments. So worked on a couple of projects within Commonwealth Bank of Australia. Worked with Mastercard. We launched wallet at that point of time. I'm talking about 2010. Right now, wallets are very popular. Everybody, I think, has using multiple wallet. But that time, wallet was a new offering. So worked on a wallet, worked on social payment. Social payment means working, if you are able to make a payment to a mobile number or email ID. Again, very popular now, but that time it was a very new offering. So worked there for around 2-3 years, then moved to HSBC, worked in HSBC again in payments for 6 years, then worked for Lloyd's Banking Group as a product owner for open banking in UK. So if you see, all my experience has been into financial services, number one, and also I evolved from being an engineer to being a business analyst or a system analyst. So that was my journey. Meanwhile, I also, after my MBA, I also got opportunity to get into training. So since 2011, I have been training my colleagues, my peers. I started first within my organization uh, because we used to hire very aggressively in those days because digital transformation has its own pace. So I started training folks within the organization back in 2011 and then started giving freelancing, consulting, as well as training services to various organizations. Yeah. If I think somebody by mistake has come on, speaker or mic. So if you can just mute yourself. Yeah. So, so as a trainer, I have worked with multiple institutes. Definitely, right now I'm associated with the Learning Tech, but other institutes as well, like Simply Learn, Imarticus, NIT, and so on. Various organizations across globe. Fantastic experience. The best thing about training is you get exposure to different industries. Now, if you see my work, it is completely dedicated to financial services, but thanks to training, you get exposure to different industries across globes and different working styles as well. So every organization has its own ways of working. But what I have realized over the 15 years and 15 to 17 years of experience is that even though various organizations has their own ways of working, but the goal is same. And the goal is to solve problems, as simple as that, right? And this is what this entire curriculum will be all about. As part of CBAP curriculum, which we will explain in these 4 days, we will tell you how organizations are solving problems as of today, right? And CBAP is one of the toughest certification that we have in the market. If you're attending this program, most of you must have read a little bit about CBAP. It's a tough certification. So we will crack the certification in detail. We will explain all the concepts which are laid down in CBAP. And also, apart from that, we will try to give you some practical takeaways so that you can implement those concepts or you can use those concepts in your job as well. This is also very, very important. So before we start deep diving into CBAP today, I want a little bit of intro from each one of you. The reason I do that is because this helps me understand my audience, number one. And depending upon the experience and skill sets of the audience, I generally tweak my teaching style. So if I believe that my audience is majorly very, very seasoned business analysts, then we, pick up specific examples which they can relate to. But if my audience is relatively, new to the industry, then we, deliver the curriculum in that particular order. So let me start with your intro one by one. My request to all of you is I could see, I think maybe the employee IDs by which you have joined in. Next time when you join in, please join in with your name so that if I have to invite you to speak, I can just call you by your name. Okay. So I'll start with Afsal. Afsal, if you can give a very quick intro. I don't know if all of you know each other or not. I'm assuming you might not be familiar with the entire batch. So your intro will help others as well. So Afsal, if you can start with your intro. As part of your intro, all I need to know is your years of experience, number one. Number two, what role you're playing right now. So when we say role, I'm not looking for your designation, but basically, are you into technology or into quality assurance, or you're already doing business analysis or system analysis? Okay, Afsal. So we'll start with you and then we will go one by one to others as well.
Yeah. Hi, Mohit.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, you
good
are.
afternoon, everyone. I've been working with in IT industry for more than 8 years now. Last 7 years, I was working with TCS. Then last year, I moved to IPS.
Mhm.
What experience is actually in quality assurance. Happy to say, I was fortunate to work 2 years in the TCS banks, that one also as a quality analyst. Since you mentioned about TCS, I just thought about it. So now I am I'm trying to learn more about the business side.
Very nice, Afsal. Even though your voice was breaking, Afsal, but I could understand, uh, about your profile. The good thing about TCS Infosys is that your network becomes really strong, right? They are one of the best employers in India. And a lot of people do either work with TCS, Infosys, or HCL or Wipro. So these are the four companies, most of us have worked with them, even might be for a, short duration or long duration relatively. So welcome, Afsal. Quality assurance is one of the department with whom business analysts interact most, number one. And after, if you see, let's say a business analyst is on leave, somebody who can quickly do a role fill for a business analyst is a quality assurance guy. The reason being is because quality assurance folk is very, very close to the functionality of the project or program that we are working upon. So they understand the functionality really well because they need to test the product. And that's the reason they become very close partner to business analysts or product owners. Thank you, Afzal, for your quick intro. We'll move to next person. After Afzal, we have Akhil. Afzal, you can
Yeah,
move.
hi. Can you hear me, Mohit?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, Mohit. Yeah, my name is Akhil Kemani. I'm a new joinee. I am into QA in IBS. So prior to this, I had worked with Allianz, and prior to that, yeah, that's
Very
almost
nice.
6.67 years into QA.
Very nice. 7 years QA. Thank you, Akhil. Welcome to the badge. And I hope you learn
Thank you for the training.
from this badge. Thank you. After Akhil, we'll move to Agnes Babu. Agnes, if you can hear us, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, Mohammed. Hello.
Hi.
Sorry, I just joined, so I do not have a context.
No worries, Agnes. Just quick intro about yourself, number of years of experience, and what role you're playing right now.
Yeah, I have 4.5, around 5 years of experience, and I'm a product owner.
Very nice. Okay. So, and all your experience has been with IBS, right?
Yes.
Great. Perfect. Thanks, Agnes. for joining. And this is how we pronounce your name, Agnes?
It's Agnes. but
Agnes.
it's okay.
No, please correct me, if I am pronouncing any name wrongly. This is an opportunity to correct me. Thank you, Agnes. Thank you. Now, the next person is Arjun.
Okay. Hi, Mohit. Thank you for the introduction. So I was currently working as a BA for the past 4 years with a service-based company. And I moved on to IBS since July, and I'm working as a product analyst as part of the implementation team here.
Very nice. Perfect. So you started your career as a business
As a
analyst.
BA. I started my career as a BA as well as a PM, and I was leading a team of 6 members in the previous company. And right now I was preparing for ECBA. So I
Right.
thought of, giving a shot for CBAP, and yeah, let's see how that goes.
Very nice. Very nice. Perfect. Thanks, Arjun.
Yeah, thank
for
you.
joining this batch. Athira. Athira, if you can unmute yourself, please.
Hey, hi, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, myself Atira. So I have started my career in Wipro as a software engineer as development. Then I have moved to automation, then to quality assurance. So here I have joined as a business analyst. So I have total of 7-year experience. So most of it is into QA. So,
Very,
yeah.
very nice. And in automation, what tool you used to use, Athira? UiPath or
No, Selenium. It was Selenium with Java.
test automation, basically.
Correct.
Very nice. Test automation is becoming very, very popular. Reason being, our products are becoming complex.
Okay.
And as and when you introduce a feature, it could be a small feature in the product. You have to test the entire product.
Right.
If you do it manually, it becomes very challenging. So test automation is playing very, very strong role, especially in regression testing. And so very nice to have you, Athira. Even I'm trying to learn test automation.
Okay.
So this is becoming so popular right now. Thank you, Athira. Thanks. Gautam.
Hi, Mohit. I joined as a fresher in IBS last year. I have 1 year experience as a developer.
1 year as a developer. Very nice, Gautam. Nice timing to join this batch and learn something new. Thank you, Gautam.
Thanks, Mohit. You're welcome. Thank you.
Then we have Jani. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly. Jani Hoxton.
Yes, this is Jani.
Yes.
Hi, Mohit and
Yes.
all. Good afternoon. I am around 20 years of experience in IT industry. And right now, doing project management in hospitality. Yes.
Very nice. And Jani, you are based out of Cochin?
No, Trivandrum.
Trivandrum. Okay. Nice to have you, Jani. Thank you. After Jani, we have Jerry.
Mohit. So I have.
Jerry, you have to be louder. Sorry.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible now. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So hi all. Hi, Mohit. So I have 5 years of experience in the IT industry. So I started out as a data analyst, where I spent close to 2.5 years. I was working in the oil and gas sector. After that, I moved to business analysis, where I have worked previously in the edtech sector. Now with IBS for 6 months. I have been with IBS for 6 months.
Very nice, Jerry. Nice to have you. Data team across industry, I've seen they're hiring business analysts now. Earlier, it used to be considered as a tech team or tech-centric team, but it is becoming more and more business-oriented team. Reason being is every organization has truckloads of data. The biggest challenge is they want to understand how they can derive meaning out of that data. And in order to do that, they need to understand what is what is that which they need to drive from that data. So for that, you need to have strong understanding of business. And that's the reason data team across industries. One of my friends just joined Netflix, the data team of Netflix, the payments data team, and they're figuring out, they have the data across the globe, payments related data, what meaningful insights they can drive from that data. So that's why they are hiring business analysts to understand what can be interpreted out of data, how definitely can be taken care later, how that can be interpreted technologically. But everybody is right now is focusing on how they can make best use of the data. So very nice to have you, Jerry. Thank you. After that, we have Kandimati. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing name correctly.
Hi, Hi, Mohit. Yeah, it's Kanti Madi. You can call me Kanti.
Kanti.
So, my IT experience is around 13 years. So, I initially worked for two different companies. I started my career as a software quality management into Six Sigma, and then I moved on to business analyst and business analysis. And it's in IBS, it's been around 8 years. I'm now working as a product consultant, and now I'm based at in Netherlands actually.
Very nice, Kanti.
So happy to be in your training. Looking forward for it.
Absolutely, and we look forward that all of us learn something out of this batch. Thank you, Kanti, for joining.
Thank you.
Then the next person is, after Kanti, Namrata.
Yeah, hi Mohit, hi everyone. So I am Namrata. I have about 6 to 7 years of experience. I've been into airline IT all throughout my career, and I've done my master's in the same as well.
Very nice. And
so
where you did your master's into airline?
Yes.
From which
I did in Mysore University.
Very nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Then I was trained on Amadeus and all the softwares.
Very nice.
So I'm basically into building pricing. I'm sorry?
Your role is of a BA right now, Namrata? Business analyst?
Actually, Mohit, it's actually a product manager, product owner. It's always been that, but right now I'm into GSO because I was just trying to see if that's where my interest is, but I guess product is still my place. So I think I've still got my eyes on that. But here as well in GSO also, I am working on products, and I'm still working with iFly staff for IBS now. So basically trying to do some innovation with iFly staff as well. So I have a mixed experience there, but basically with products. So I have had CBAP training before, but I just want to, want to
recap.
Want to basically have a refresher.
A refresher, as well as decide which one was better in terms of training. So, but yes.
Maybe, yeah. I think, it helps me doing both. So I need this to do that well. So, yeah.
No, absolutely, Namrata. I hope you get to learn something new from this batch. Thank you for joining.
Same here. Thank you.
Then we have Noel.
Yeah, hi Mohit. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Okay. So, hi all. I have like 2.5 years of experience, and I'm currently a developer, a full stack developer to be exact. So,
full stack developer is a big responsibility, Noel.
Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you why I said that. Because when you're like recalling your background, I was relating it very much because I do have a mechanical engineering background.
Oh.
Yeah. So I'm thinking of moving into the business analysis sector. So that's why I joined this session. And I think you have got quite an idea about that.
Absolutely. And see, Noel, technology is becoming, more and more complex as we speak. Unless someone doesn't have a formal education in technology, they continue to struggle. I'm not saying it's impossible. Even in our times, we could see technology was rapidly evolving. And the expectation from technology has become very, very high now. People are talking about AI, ML, right? Large language models, natural language processing. All of this is also people are talking about. And then how to incorporate that into the, your code. It is something which everybody expects. And also, earlier we used to create standalone solutions. Now we are living in a world where solutions are talking to each other, systems are talking to each other, right? Multiple systems talk to each other, and through Kafkas and APIs. So definitely, yes, technology has its own advantages. I hire a lot of tech people. We struggle to get good tech people in today's world. Everybody, has some kind of experience, but getting good quality tech is extremely challenging. So what I want to tell everybody is that if your technology is your forte, if let's say you like technology, please never, give it up on that, because technology demand will continue to increase as we speak. So that's how technology is at this point of time. Very nice, Noel. Thank you for having you. Rahul, if you can go next.
Sure. Hi, Mohit.
Hi.
So I have about 12 years of experience, and I support account management activities. I primarily work in account management activities and sales side of it.
Sales, very nice. Perfect. Thank you, Rahul, for joining. Then we have, so basically Rahul is taking care of relationship management as well. And from a BA perspective, you get a lot of insights from sales and, relationship managers. So nice to have you, Rahul.
Thanks.
Batch. Then we have Saloni.
Hi, Mohit. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Saloni, and I have about 6 years of experience. Initially, I was working with Indigo Airlines as a crew planner, and then after that, I was working as a BA for a year with the Laminar Aviation Infotech, and then shifted to IBS last month only as a BA.
Very nice. So you have industry experience, Saloni, so you add a lot of value. Thank you for joining in.
Thank you, Mohit.
Thank you. Then we have Shubham.
Hey Mohit. Hey everyone. I'm Subham. I'm holding 3.5 years of experience so far. Out of that, 2.5 years related to business analysis, and rest 1 year I started my career same as Mohit with the development team. So I was the Android developer in my initial phase of career, and then I switched to the BA. In between this 3.5 years, like I did my master's in data analysis, and later I joined the IBS. For here I am a lead product analyst.
Very nice. So data analysis, you did all your analytics, right? Linear,
Correct.
regression, and all of that.
Yes.
Very
Yes,
nice.
Mohit.
Great, Shubham.
Thank
Data
you, Mohit.
analysis is very, very key aspect of being a product owner. Product owners are exposed to a lot of data, and they are given responsibility to interpret that data. So having some understanding of data analysis techniques does help. Thank you, Shubham.
Thank you, Mohit.
Thank you. Then we have Suzanne.
Hi, Mohit. I have around 6 years of experience in the pre-sales role and have recently joined IBS as a senior product analyst.
Very nice. So you were in pre-sales.
Yes, yes, and business promotion.
Very nice. I've also worked in pre-sales for some time, responding to RFP, RFI,
Yes,
RFQs. Very
yes,
high
yes.
responsible job.
Mhm.
Good. Thank you. Then we have Sushin.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, so I have around 6 years of experience in IT industry. So I started my career as a pre-sales consultant. It's around for 1 year something. So it's around like 5 years in business analysis right now. So after doing pre-sales, I moved to business analysis.
Okay. Very nice. Since 5 years, right? Great. Perfect. After now, I think I've covered most of you. Let me see. Salai, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, hi.
Yes.
Yeah, I am a mechanical engineer basically. Had 2.5 years of experience in TCS as a systems analyst, then had a brief career break, then did an MBA in finance and business analysis. Then as a business analyst, I'm working in IBS for 2.5 years now.
The total 5 years.
Yeah.
You just copy pasted my profile, I guess.
No,
With,
I was
with
actually
minor,
wanting to do a same pinch when you were explaining about yourself.
with minor variations. Very nice to have you, Salai. I mean, a lot of mechanical engineers I think India is producing. Even two of my cousins went for mechanical engineering, same college as me, which is Punjab Engineering College. So it is becoming popular. Great, Salai. Thank you for joining. Then we have 202590. I don't know what's the name. 20, it's coming as 202590. And then we have 205146. So my request to everybody, whosoever has joined as their employee IDs, I'm just guessing, make sure please join with your names tomorrow. Then I think we have covered everybody. Have I left anyone? Jerry also have covered. Yes, I think I have covered everybody. Let me know if I am missing anyone. Okay, so we have a varied experience, very diverse experience, as you can see. And this was exactly the similar batches, in fact, that we had last year. We had, I think, 4 batches last year. And that time also we have diverse, experience and skill sets. So the first thing that we do is, before we kickstart today's discussion is, right, we'll understand some of the terminology that all of you have been speaking about. Some of you said you are system analyst. Some of you said you are a product business analyst, then product owner. Then somebody said product analyst, and then product manager. Anybody can tell me difference between all of these roles, please? Anybody want to try? Because I started my journey, as I said, when I was giving my intro, in 2006, 2005, I was a developer. But within 1 year, I realized I have to move to business-oriented role. So I started my career as system analyst and then became a BA, then product owner. I never worked as a product analyst. But yes, we do hire product analysts as well nowadays, and then product manager. Anyone, please? So if you see, first of all, how this industry has evolved. If you would have seen 10 years before, no one used to, call themselves as a product owner, product analyst, or a product manager. These are relatively new roles in the industry. So if you come across a resume who says that I have been a product owner for last 20 years, right, official product owner, you cannot believe in that person, because product owner as a role became popular, if you ask me, somewhere around 2014 and 15 onwards. Before that, it was always either a system analyst or a business analyst and so on. So if you are working in a project, let me explain you in a very simple manner. If you are working in a project, so there are multiple roles required in a project. So one role is of a project manager, right? And another role is of a business analyst. Now, what project manager does is, project manager, as the name of the role suggests, manages the project. Basically, whatever tasks are required to complete that project, this project manager tracks those tasks to closure. As simple as that. So let's say if I say, Saloni, you become a project manager, right, for a particular new application we are building. She will not build the application. She will not test that application. She will not gather requirements for that application. All her job will be, Saloni's job will be, is to identify what all tasks we need to complete that application, to deliver that application. Once she identifies those tasks, she will track those tasks to closure. That is the primary responsibility of a project manager. That's why we call it someone who manages the project. In order to help the organization to close or make sure those tasks are completed, what Saloni does is, I'm just giving her as an example, is that she will also see, okay, what stakeholders we need to work with. You cannot complete tasks on your own. So if I am a BA, I cannot gather requirements on my own. I need to work with stakeholders. So she will figure it out, what are the stakeholders we need to work with. As I said, a project manager does not work with any resources. Basically, she does not act as she will not do the development. She will not do quality assurance. She will not gather requirements herself. But she will onboard resources, right? So she will manage resources. Basically, the BAs, the developers, the testers, the legal people, the audit guy, the compliance guy, the marketing guy, whatever resources we need. And that resources are dependent on the task we need to deliver the application. So she will manage the resources as well. She will also manage the quality of those tasks. Very, very important, because see, these tasks are so important. You can't just complete the task for the namesake. Then there is no value to the organization. So let's say I am a BA. I am reporting to Saloni because she is a project manager. And I just say, Saloni, I have completed the BRD and half of the requirements are missing there. Even though officially the task is closed, but then it is no value unless we have quality. So she manages quality as well, right? She also manages something called scope. Scope is, generally it is a tendency to add more and more tasks as we start working. But the problem is, if you start adding more and more tasks, you will never be able to deliver the application or the project. So she manages scope. Scope means how many tasks we need to complete, how much tasks we need to complete, right? She also has to deliver that task on time. So she manages time, right? So she will negotiate. So for example, if I am the BA, she will say, hey, Mohit, how much time you will require to create BRD? My natural inclination will be to get as much time as I can. So I will say I'll need, let's say, 6 weeks. But she is the one who will say, sorry, Mohit, 6 weeks is too long. Can you deliver it in 4 weeks? Right? So she manages scope and time as well. Also, she manages cost. You can't just onboarded resources at whatever cost they are available in the market. As a project manager, she has to make sure she onboard those resources from the market at an affordable cost, right? So as a project manager, is a very, very big responsibility. It's not easy. You have to manage stakeholders, resources, quality, scope, time, cost, right? They also need to manage something called procurement. So procurement means, let's say, in order to build that app, I need license for Java. I'm just saying, or I need some hardware like a server where I will deploy the application, or I need, if it's a cloud-based application, I need license to AWS, Azure, and so on. So as a project manager, she will also manage procurement of those licenses or tools that we need to develop that application, right? So if you see the job of a project manager is huge, right? From stakeholders, resources, quality, scope, time, cost, procurement. She will manage everything related to the project. But then what a business analyst does, business analyst job is very, very focused job. And the job of a business analyst, and that we will learn in this entire CBAP batch is, if you ask me, if I have to very simplify, is get the requirements. Basically, when I say requirements, job of a BA is to decide what features we need to develop in the app. So if we are building an app, let's say a grocery app or a food delivery app, or a career app like Dunzo Career, right? So, or a travel app, hospitality app. So business analyst job is to decide what features we need in that app. Very, very important, because if he or she does not decide the features correctly, even though everybody played their role as per the plan, which project manager will create, when we deliver the app will not solve the problem or meet the requirement of the customer. So business analyst job is also very, very important to understand what features we need to develop or build or deliver as part of the application that we are building. Now tell me, what is a product owner role as per you? Anybody, please?
Will he on ensure all this requirements has been met, something like that?
But that BA can take care, then why we need a product? I mean, why industry? My question is basically, to be honest, till 2015, I would say. 2015 is also, I would say, not the right year. I have seen product owners becoming popular very recently now only, since I will say 2018, 17 types. So before that, for a very, very long time, in a project, we had a project manager and a business analyst. Both of them used to work together and deliver the app with various other resources like developers, quality guys, right? Data guys, and so on. Then why industry came up with product owner role? Good try.
Hi, Mohit. When Scrum got attention, and when we started moving towards Scrum models, Agile models, product owner became popular, is what I understand. And product owner is someone who is ultimately responsible for the product, and the product owner decides what to do and when to do. Prioritizes the items, the requirements, when it should be done, and is it proper? More like prioritizing the works.
Right. But very nice try, Salai. Even I, as a BA, used to prioritize my requirements. So why we came up with product owner? So as a BA, I used to prioritize my requirement as well. So basically the product owner, and you are right, in somewhere like the Scrum, which became popular, and they became, they came up with the product owner terminology. That's absolutely bang on. Is because product owner is someone who plays a dual role of a PM and business analyst. So when you are owning the product, right, you cannot say I only own requirements. But when you are a product owner, you basically are one point of contact for that application or the product that you are building. And when you are one point of the contact, apart from the requirements, which is very, very core component of that application that you're building, you also decide what are the stakeholders we need, what all the resources we need, right? You also are responsible for the quality. You also negotiate scope, time, and cost. And whenever a procurement is required, you also get involved in that area as well. Definitely, you can hire people to support this massive responsibility, because it's a massive responsibility now. Earlier, it was 2 people in the industry or 2 roles. Now it is only 1. And that's why product owner hire product analyst, because they can't do the job, all of them themselves. So product analyst supports product owner. And also we have something called product manager. The only difference between product owner and manager is product owner only takes care of one product at a time, right? As soon as you start becoming seasoned, your role become more of a guide and mentor and setting the standards for the various product owners. And then you become a product manager wherein you manage multiple products at one time, right? And all the product owners for various products that you are managing, they'll report to you. So you become a product manager. So if you see how the industry, the roles are evolving, is that right now they hire product owners. So when we hire product owners, see, every organization, they use this terminology relatively, I would say, very loosely today. Even if you are working as a business analyst, they'll call, ourselves as product owner. But if you see the true definition of a product owner, it's a massive responsibility. Reason being, you are responsible for all the aspects of the project, which is this, as well as you are also responsible for requirements, right? And you become a product owner for one product. And then if you are a seasoned product owner, you become a product manager, which is multiple products. And then we have something called product director or leader, right? Who actually manages the entire product function. So you call it as, something called chief product officer, which is like the for a particular bank. I'm just taking an example of the bank because I am from financial services. So for every bank, they hire chief product officers. So basically, they decide from a bank perspective what all products we need to build at a very high level, right? They divide those products into categories. Every category of a product, they assign a product manager. So within that category, they manage multiple products. And for every product, the product manager will have product owners. And since product owner itself is a big responsibility, they hire product analysts as well. And this is how the industry has evolved, which is the product portfolio. And also we used to earlier have something called system analyst. Now, system analyst is a hybrid role, very, very important role. It's a hybrid between technology and business. So they understand technology as well as business. So for example, as a business analyst, I will say what information should be passed between two systems. I will chart out that what information need to be passed between two systems. Whereas as a system analyst, they will then lay down the API specifications. They work with the developer. They will lay down the API specifications, and then the developer will develop the APIs, which is nothing but application programming interface as per those specifications. So system analyst is a hybrid role. Nowadays, since we have all the product owners and all of these which are business oriented roles, so now we have started calling system analyst as business analyst. And this is where confusion lies, because business analyst, as the name suggests, is completely focused on business. But the expectation from business analysts, nowadays we hire business analysts, is to manage, to partner with product owner to understand business. They partner with product owner, as well as they partner with technology. So earlier, so when I started as a system analyst way back in 2006, so I got to understand business because I was working with business analysts, and then I worked with technology to create a specifications called functional specifications. And this is how people can evolve from being a system analyst to business analyst to product owner. Now, system analysts always believe job of a PA is relatively easy because they have to work only on the requirements. And then, BA feels, likewise for others as well. But as I said, as you move up the ladder, your job becomes even more difficult because negotiating requirements and deciding what need to be developed in the application, it's really not easy. It's very, very challenging job because for that, you need to have extremely strong domain knowledge. So the reason I'm saying this is because even today, after spending, let's say, 16, 17 years in financial services, I still believe I lack domain knowledge. So if you see, my domain knowledge is spread across payments, retail lending, wholesale lending. Wholesale lending is a complicated form of lending as compared to retail lending, which is like you lend to corporates rather than you lend to individuals. So that's there the complexity increases. Even today, I believe I don't have complete end-to-end domain knowledge, and I continue to invest in that. So as you move up, your domain knowledge has to be strengthened so that you are able to effectively negotiate with stakeholders and customers as well, right? And customers to decide what features we need to build in the app. Any question, please, on all the roles? So every industry, every organization use these roles variably. But if you understand the expectation from these roles, this is what it is. Starting from system analyst to the product owner, right? Wherein you actually take responsibility of both of project management as well as business analysis. Any question, please, on the roles?
Hi, Mohit, Kanti here.
Yes.
It's well understood with what you explained. So, does it mean that when we have these product owners and system analysts, the specific role of a business analyst loses its value, or can we see it like?
So
Yeah, so
you are right, Kandi. So basically, when we say system analyst, some organization call it system analyst, some organization call it business analyst. So for example, in banking world, they hire business analyst. They don't use the word system analyst at all, but they're actually playing the role of system analyst. So right now, if you ask me what is there in the industry, it's a product owner and system analyst, or you can call it business analyst. So system analyst and business analyst roles are being used interchangeably.
So it means that being just playing just the role of the requirement collection is not sufficient. I mean, like it's not sufficient enough to be a product owner or a system analyst, right? So either we have to improve ourselves to be to enable ourselves in technology as well, so that we can be a system analyst, or we also have to enhance ourselves to do a project manager role so that we can be a product owner.
You are very right. So if you see, Kandi, business analyst, system analyst definitely has to be tech savvy, as I've written here. Product owner has to be more savvy from a business perspective and management perspective, project management perspective. But nowadays, since we are working on tech products, right? We call it in banking world, we call it fintechs. Even product owners, they are learning technology also. Reason being is because they believe if they understand technology, they will be able to effectively partner with technology or developers and QAs. So that's why when somebody said, I am from a test automation, I really want to spend time to understand how test automation is done, what are the various tools available in the market, like Selenium, right? How that technology works. So as a product owner, fortunately or unfortunately, the world we live in is you need to have a basic tech understanding. Otherwise, you will always struggle partnering with technology. But if you are a system analyst and business analyst, you need to have a strong tech, understanding so that you can talk in the language which is easily understood by technology.
So tech would mean like you would need some experience related to not more in coding, I would say, like.
Yes. See, coding experience does help. For example, when I did my 1 year of technology experience, I learned all this Java and all. That time we had Sun-based Java certification. So I did my certification also. It was an official certification, very complicated. We used to have an exams centers for that. Even today, it helps me because whatever I learned that time, I understand. For example, if I say, let's build something in native app. Now, as a product owner, you just need to understand what a native app means. Your job will be okay. But then business analysts need to understand little more, like how an Android app varies from an iPhone app, right? So that they can then partner effectively with designers, they can partner with technology and various other technology resources that we will onboard for that particular project.
Okay, so it's more of like, rather than knowing coding, it's more of like learning or knowing the tech language to understand the system better and to make it more effective. The tech language is what we mean, like business plus tech as part of system analyst. Right?
Absolutely. So for example, if I give another example, let's say API.
Yeah.
Application programming interface. Business analysts will never code the API.
Exactly.
But they need to know, okay, what is Swagger, right? So all of that applications or tools we use to build API, they need to know how APIs work, right? Whether those are synchronous or asynchronous.
Okay.
So they need to understand basics of it. And only they can work with, or if you see the other way of communicating between two systems is Kafka. So business analysts need to understand what is the difference between Kafka and API, right? How that happens, what is JSON that happens. So all of that they need to understand. And PO, on the other hand, they need to understand all of this from a theoretical point of view. But business analysts need to know little more so that they can partner effectively with technology.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then there is also another role that is enhanced. I mean, that is next to business analyst role is the data analytics or business analytics role, right? So
Right.
so business analyst plus data analytics would make them a business analytics, which is more popular, I think, for last few years. So
Yes.
with these, so you can also maybe add some information on that. So
Yeah.
what I try to understand from all this is that being just a business analyst is no more enough. So either we have to act as a product owner or a system analyst or a business or a data
Analytics.
analytics. Yeah.
Yes. See, business analytics is becoming very popular because what happens is whenever you build an app, you need to create dashboards on that app. That dashboard
Yeah.
gives a sort of, management and operational insights.
Yeah.
How that app is working. Now, business analytics is a niche role. So what we do is, as a product owner, I hired specific data analytics people. So those data analytics people, are part of my tech team. They're part of my tech team. And then business analyst will give in requirements to data analytics. So they will say to data analytics that this is what you need to develop. So when we say data analytics, they give in requirements to data analytics is that they will tell you what insights we need on those dashboards. So some organizations, they call it data analytics as business analytics. But actually, if you see the business analytics, the expectation is that they understand how to build dashboard, right? They understand dashboards can be built on Tableau, ClickSense, multiple tools and techniques are there. They know how to, Alteryx is also there, how to transform the data. So they are basically part of technology. This is what I want to say. And then business analyst, they are capturing all the requirements for the app. So one of the requirement they will app is also the dashboard requirement. So whatever dashboard requirement they will capture with help of product owner, they'll give it to data analytics or business analytics, and then they will implement those data requirements as per the specification. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's clear. So more of a dashboard thing and how we
Transform
or
it.
how we fetch more information from the available data.
Yes, you are absolutely right.
Okay, and just to understand, like, okay, so as a business analyst, we get imagine we get a CBAP certification. So still
Right.
we are acting as a business analyst. So will that be?
No. Now, if you become a CBAP, that's a very good question. Now, if you become a CBAP, right, you can definitely join the industry as business analyst for sure. But if you have a good domain knowledge,
Okay.
you can even join the industry as a product owner. So product owner, the key aspect is business.
Yeah.
If you have, so if let's say, I remember somebody said they have done masters in, travel and hospitality. So somebody is from Indigo. So if you have that domain knowledge, so clear distinct, if you see how we differentiate between a BA and a product owner, sometimes we get a resume and they say after the interview, you analyze whether you want to hire that person as a BA or a product owner. So we always say that if that particular candidate is more business oriented, we hire that person as a product owner. And if that particular candidate is a little more technologically, technically oriented, we hire that person as business. So after CBAP, depending upon your work experience, you can either deliver as a BA or a product owner.
Okay, but then product owner, to be a product owner, we do need to have some
domain knowledge.
Domain knowledge, of course, as part of business analyst. But the management responsibilities, we need to do some training on that specifically to know about the management role
Very
as well.
nice, very nice. So that's why, if you see, when I started my career, I did all of these certifications, CBAP, PMP, DSNM, Scale Agile, and all of that. So I realized after I worked my CBAP, I worked as a BA. Then I moved as a product owner. They started expecting me to create project plans,
exactly,
all of that. And that's the reason I did my PMP as well.
PMP roles. Okay. So that adds value. So even though if you haven't done those courses, but still, will they be? I mean, like, will they be okay to consider a business analyst with CBAP to
absolutely.
be as a product owner?
See, you can learn in two ways, either from certifications or from work experience.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have work experience, some people learn through their project experience. And some people go for certification, and some people have mix of both. In my career, it was mix of both. I strongly believe in going for academic knowledge. Reason being is because when you are working in a particular setup, you gain perspective only from that particular project that you're working upon. But when you start spending time from an academic perspective, you gain broader perspective. And then you can correlate with your work experience, and then you can start applying in your subsequent projects.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, got it. Clear. Mohit. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you so much. Anybody else, please? Okay, perfect. So let's do one thing. Let's take a small break now. Just 15 minutes break. And then after that break, what we'll do is, I'll give you a little bit overview of CBAP curriculum. And also we will cover, if you look at in CBAP, we have total of 6 chapters, right? Today we will cover 1 chapter. And also I'll give you small exercise which you try to complete during the session itself today. Okay, so let's take a 15 minutes break, and then we will regroup and we will continue with the curriculum. So right now it's roughly around 3:41. So we'll regroup.
241.
Yeah, 2:41. Sorry. So we'll regroup 3 p.m. sharp, all of us.
Sure.
Okay, and then we'll start from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Please type your message on chat once you are back. Thanks, Shubham. Thank you. We just wait for 2-3 minutes for everybody to join in. So all of you are working from home today, or anybody taking this training from office also?
I'm taking it from office, Mohit.
Okay, great. And you based out of Kandy in Cochin, right?
No, I'm actually at Netherlands now in
Oh,
Amsterdam.
yeah, I remember. Yes,
At
yes.
the Air France KLM office, actually.
So you basically at client location.
Yeah, at client location. Yes.
Okay, very nice. That was the good thing about being in, when I was in service company, used to, travel a lot.
Yeah.
And then move to captives wherein we travel, but it's like very rare, once or twice in a year, just for a requirement workshop.
Okay.
you get the requirements, and then you are back.
Okay.
This is how it is now.
Yeah,
Because
but
you have your teams
exactly.
on-site locations.
But yeah, as you said, like of course, being in services helps us to travel a lot, and when we are at customer side, it really gains us a lot of experience.
Absolutely.
A lot, like personally and officially.
Agreed. You get to learn a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
And you actually see how your customer is using your product.
Exactly.
So that's even add to experience. Great.
Yeah.
So within IBS, people travel alone, or they taking their families as well along?
If it's a long-term on-site opportunity, then we travel with the family. Or if it's like a small for short-term, then it's usually traveling alone.
Understood.
Unless and until it's based on situations, like if you have a kid or something, then a very small kid, then we'll have to take them together.
Makes sense. Netherlands, it must be evening time now, right? If I'm not, or early morning.
It's 11:30 here, morning.
Morning, yes, morning.
Yeah.
I could see a lot of people are back. Others as well. Once you join, just message over chat that you are back. Great. I think we can get started. A lot of people have joined. So now let me tell you a little bit about, CBAP, what this certification is all about. What is the curriculum of this certification? When I say curriculum, what is the table of contents? Okay. How you can crack it, how we will plan our rest of the sessions. So it's a more of an expectation setting discussion that we will have now. Okay, so let me share my screen. Yes, so if you see here, yes, now you can see. So I'm sharing this Google Drive link with all of you. Wherein I will keep on uploading all the material that will help you in CBAP prep. So let me put it in the chat. And just see if all of you can access. If anybody can't access, just then type it on chat that they cannot access. Okay. So if you see, CBAP is one of the easiest exam that I have given, right? It's very easy, but still, and why I'm saying easy is because if you look at all my students who have gone for CBAP, 90 to 95% have cleared CBAP in it is blocked for a theta. For others also, I think outside office, if you see, then it should not be blocked, or it's blocked for everybody. If you try it over Gmail, I mean, in your phone, probably not within office, because office, they don't allow you Google Drive for sure. But outside office, definitely you will be able to access it. Network. For anyone, it's working outside office network.
I can do one thing, Mohit. Otherwise, I can share it to Anish and he can send it to the entire team then.
Sure. I'll do that.
Yeah,
no,
sure.
Definitely I can do that, but I was thinking it probably could be a better way.
Okay. If
Because
they do not have the access, yeah.
Yeah, let me see. But anyone is able to access this link outside their office network?
No, it's still asking for the request access.
Okay, understood. Okay, understood. No worries. So I can then definitely forward to Anish, and then Anish can forward to all of you. Okay, those documents. Yeah. So coming back, if you see here, the CBAP has been one of the easiest exam. 90 to 95% of my students over the last 10 years who have attempted CBAP exam, they have cracked it. But the biggest challenge is, till now, if you look at all the batches I have taken, I think it's close to now 60 to 70 batches which I have taken, more than that probably. Only 10% of the batch actually goes for the exam, right? So if let's say 20 students are there right now in this batch, if we look at the history and if we consider that stats, 10% of you will actually sit for the exam. And if you sit for the exam, you can have it in writing from me, you will clear the exam. Exam is very simple. The reason being, even though the curriculum is very theoretical, I will show you the curriculum as well. Extremely theoretical curriculum, but the exam is very practical oriented. So if you look at the exam, you will feel that nobody is asking you theoretical questions. If you have some form of work experience as a business analyst, if you read the question, you will be able to answer one of the options. We'll talk about exam more on last day, which is Friday. We will also give you a mock quiz, which will be in line with CBAP standard. We'll give you a mock quiz. All of you will actually attempt that quiz within that session. Then after the quiz, all of you will have scores and you can ask your queries as well. Okay, so on the last day, we are planning quiz as well for all of you. That's one. Second thing is, if you look at from exam point of view, the purpose of CBAP is all about understand what are the tasks which are performed by business analyst, right? So you have 30 tasks which they have explained in this book, which is called a Business Analysis Body of Knowledge. The name of the book is BABOK. It is nothing but Business Analysis Body of Knowledge. And it has been released by a body called IIBA, which is International Institute of Business Analysis. The first version of this book was released in 2005. The purpose was very simple, to figure out what all the tasks, to explain what are the tasks which need to be performed by business analysts and how they can perform those tasks. That's a simple purpose of this book, which is Business Analysis Body of Knowledge. So in these 4 days, we will understand those 30 tasks which are done by BA. Entire exam, which will happen if you attempt the exam, it will be only related to this 30 tasks. So if you see, syllabus is very limited. And if you ask me how much time do you need to prepare for the exam, 30 tasks we are talking about here. Even if every day you complete 2 tasks, only 2 tasks. I'm not saying, you have to complete more than 2 tasks. 2 tasks means roughly around 6 pages, 5 to 6 pages. So even if you complete 5 to 6 pages on a daily basis, within 2 weeks, you are ready for the exam. Okay. So my advice to all of you is, please go for the exam. The reasons people don't go for the exam is because exam is a little costly. Right? We will tell you everything about the exam, how much it costs. It depends upon various levels. We will also help you with CBAP application also on the last day. Reason being is because if you see the rejection rate for CBAP application, so if once you submit your application online, the rejection rate is 50%. 1 out of 2 application gets rejected. Reason being is because CBAP says you can only attempt the exam if you have working experience of a business analysis. That's the criteria they ask for. And they have given complete, terms and conditions before you become eligible for the exam. So we'll cover all of those terms and conditions as well. And we will also guide you how you can submit your application so that your application doesn't get rejected. So there are a total of 30 tasks which are done by business analysts, which we'll cover. These 30 tasks are divided into 6 knowledge areas. These knowledge areas are nothing but category of task, right? So all the strategy related task is in one knowledge area. We'll explain that, right? Anything which is requirement gathering related task is into another knowledge area. So when I say you have to cover 6 chapters, so every knowledge area in BABOK is a chapter. So this is how BABOK looks like. Let me open that. So this is how BABOK looks like, right? So if you see here, if I open the chapters, probably. Yeah, these are the chapters. See? So chapter 1 is just introduction. Whatever we are discussing today, what is the purpose? Who is a business analyst? I explained to you. It's an introduction. No questions will come from chapter 1. Okay, you can just skim through it. Whatever we have been discussing for last 2 hours, it's all about introduction. Basically, what is business analyst all about? Chapter 2 is all about key concepts. So basically, one of the biggest problem with the curriculum is they use terminology which we generally don't use during our day-to-day projects. That is the biggest challenge with this BABOK curriculum. So what they did was in version 3, which came in 2006, I guess, or 2007. This is nothing but, they have explained all the key terms which have been used in BABOK. Okay, so basically when they say, everything related to task, input, output, all the key terms which they have used, like the need, the problem, opportunity, they use a lot of terms. They have explained in chapter 2. Again, you can just go through it. No questions will come on chapter 2. I will explain all the terms as and when we come across them while we are working on every chapter. Okay, so chapter 1 and 2 are very basic chapters. You just need to go through it and there will be no questions on that. Chapter 3 onwards, your real curriculum starts, or real, I would say, the actual focus area will start. So chapter 3 to chapter 8, which I will explain you now, or these 6 chapters are nothing but your knowledge areas. Remember 6 knowledge areas? So 6 chapters from chapter 3 to 8, which are nothing but category of tasks. So all solution testing related tasks is in one chapter, which is solution evaluation, right? All of that 30 tasks are divided into 6 chapters, which is nothing but 6 knowledge areas, which is nothing but category of tasks. So as part of this, to be ready for the exam, you need to thoroughly understand chapter 3 to 8, as simple as that. Okay. So roughly around, you can say it will be around 100 pages, you can say, at a very high level that you need to read. Okay, 80 to 100 pages, which you can easily complete within 2 weeks. So within 2 weeks, you can get ready for the exam once you are done with chapter 3 to 8. So we will cover these chapters in detail. Okay. Chapter 9, again, is only 1 or 2 questions will come. In chapter 9, they'll talk about what are the soft skills a BA should have. For example, BA, I have already spoken, BA should have domain knowledge. Remember, I was talking about business knowledge. A BA should have communication skills. A BA should understand technology. A BA should be able to maintain relationship with all the stakeholders, trust and confidence. Certain behavioral characteristics, BA should have high emotional quotient. a BA should have strong drive for problem solving, because BA is all about problem solving. So in chapter 9, only 1 or 2 questions will come. This you can just go through it, right? Very basic question will come, which are nothing but soft skill a BA should have, which we also spoke about while I was explaining during initial 2 hours. Okay. Chapter 10 are techniques. So basically what they have done is, when you complete this task, 30 tasks, when you execute these 30 tasks, you use certain techniques to execute these 30 tasks. The biggest mistake BABOK has done is, they have explained techniques in a separate chapter. But what I will do is, I will explain those techniques as and when I am covering those tasks. Okay, this way you will be able to understand the relevance of those techniques as well. So chapter 10, again, you can just go through it, read through it. No specific questions comes on technique, right? Direct questions come on technique, but the questions come on techniques in guise of task. So they will, give and tell you, okay, if you are gathering a particular requirement, this is what scenario it is. Tell us which technique will be effective while gathering these requirements. So we will explain those techniques while I'm explaining those tasks as well. Okay. And this is how and finally, chapter 11 is perspectives. This is officially written. There will be no questions on perspectives. Perspectives is nothing but basically what all industry business analysis is important, right? In agile world, business analysis is also very important. You become a product owner when you're a business side. You're a business analyst when you're part of Scrum team. Business intelligence, one of you asked question about business analytics. They've explained how business analysis is important in the world of business analytics as well. Even in information technology, definitely business analysis plays a very important role. Business architecture. Business architecture is a role, how a product leader, when he or she is figuring out what all products we need across the organization, how those products will talk to each other, various systems will talk to each other. There also business analysis is important. So basically different role types a BA can perform. So this is what is perspective. And then BA can also perform a very important role in process improvement. You're not building any application. You're not building any technology. You are just changing the process. And just by changing the process, you are able to solve the problem, right? So different avatars of business analyst. No questions. It is officially written, will come on perspective. You can definitely go through it just from a reading perspective. So if I have to summarize again, the chapters which are very, very important is chapter 3 to 8. Any question till now, please, before we move forward? Okay. So chapter 3 to 8, if you see what are those chapters, the other biggest mistake which BABOK has done is, they have not explained these knowledge areas in the order in which we execute them. That is the biggest challenge. Okay. They should have explained the knowledge areas in the order in which we execute them. So if you see the first knowledge area they have explained, which is chapter number 3, if I go back, is business analysis, planning and monitoring, which is wrong. We do not start with planning and monitoring. Okay. We start with something called strategy analysis. So if I have to explain it in a way, so we have total 6 chapters. In strategy analysis, we have 4 tasks, right? Then we have BAPM, ENC, RLCM. I explained all of that. If you sum it up, all of these, this is nothing but total of 30 tasks. So how it happens is, see the first chapter that you will read, if I go back to this one, is strategy analysis. I will tell you why I've written elicitation first. The reason I say strategy analysis is because the strategy analysis is all about understanding the problem. It's a very, very big responsibility. Either you understand the problem, if somebody already tells you this is the problem you need to solve, or sometimes you even discover the problem yourself first. You discover the problem, you work with the stakeholders. When I say discover, you identify the problem, then you articulate that problem. You come up with a high-level solution that is required to solve the problem. You also figure out the benefits that you will gain after you have solved the problem as well. And you create a sort of a business case in strategy analysis. So the first knowledge area that all of you will read is not chapter number 3, but chapter number 6. Now you understand why this book, and this is the only book you need to read. You need not invest in any other book. The biggest challenge to CBAP exam, cracking CBAP exam, is you have to read the chapters in the right order. If you don't read the chapters in right order, the exam is completely practical oriented. It's not theoretical, right? So if you do not read the chapter in right order, you will definitely feel confused. So the first chapter all of you will read is strategy analysis. So if I have to summarize again, strategy analysis is nothing but, I'll cut paste in this here, is about understanding the problem and benefit you will gain if you solve this problem as well. And how will you solve the problem at a high level? How will you solve the problem? Basically, you design the solution and what you need to solve the problem. That is what strategy analysis is. Okay. Once you get the strategy analysis done, you get, and let's say you present this summary to your sponsor who is funding for your project. Your project is given go ahead. Yes, please solve this problem. Then you do planning. So planning is basically you plan from a BA perspective. It's all about BA planning as well. So here you will plan is like, see what happens is before you start execution or before you start solving the problem, you plan that how will you solve that problem, right? Now, project manager is responsible for overall project plans. We all know that. Project manager is responsible for overall project plans. Now, if you know how project manager does the plans, right? Project manager will go to developer or a tech lead. They will say, give me your dev plan. Project manager will go to the QA lead to give the QA plan. The project manager will go to a BA to give BA plans. So what kind of planning BA does, we will learn in this chapter. These BA plans are given to the project manager, and then project manager consolidates these BA plans into the overall project plans and creates an end-to-end project plan. So this is a very interesting chapter, BAPM, wherein you will understand what kind of planning a BA does. Okay. So once your plans are approved, and it has 5 tasks, so total of 9 tasks, which BA planning and monitoring, we will do it tomorrow. Once your plans are approved, right, you start execution. Then only you start execution, right, of the project. So then you will gather. Now, strategy analysis is your chapter number 6. So you will do chapter number 6 first. And it has 4 tasks that we will cover today. BA planning and monitoring is your chapter number 3. Very important. Now you understand why this book is little complicated. Reason being is have not explained the knowledge areas in the order in which you execute them. And it has 5 tasks. And there you will talk about BA planning. And once you're planned, approved, you execution. And what BA does in execution? Requirement gathering. It's all about requirement gathering. And this is where, if you see, ENC is chapter number 4. And it has 5 tasks. Very important. So this is the 3rd chapter that you will read. You start with chapter 4, then chapter 3, and then you will go for chapter 4. After you have got all the requirements, then you will go for requirement lifecycle management. Now, what happens is the requirements, Shubham, I'll come to you. Just give me 1 minute. So once you get all the requirements continue to evolve, right? They are not static requirements, dynamic requirements. We live in agile world. How you manage your requirements, we call it requirement lifecycle management, 5 tasks, right? And this is, if you see, which is chapter number 5. Chapter number 5. And before requirement lifecycle management, you actually document your requirements as well. So if you see, they call it requirement analysis and design definition. So what is requirement analysis and design definition? Basically, you got the requirements here. Now you need to document the requirements as well. So how you document the requirements as a BA, we'll learn in this chapter, which is chapter number 7. And it has 6 tasks that we will master. So this we will do it on Thursday, chapter number 7. And also you will do something called, requirement lifecycle management, which is chapter number 5, which is nothing but your even if you have got your requirements documented, your requirements continue to change. How you manage change in requirements we'll discuss in chapter number 5. And it has, if you see, requirement lifecycle management, around 5 tasks, sorry. See, prioritize, trace, approve, assess, and 5 tasks. And after your requirements are done, your developer will develop the solution. You will then test the solution. A BA does testing of the solution as well. That's why I said, if you are a quality assurance, right, you can play a role of a BA as and when required, because both of you are very close to functionality. So how you evaluate the solution, we'll cover that. It has 5 tasks, and the chapter number that you will read is solution evaluation. If you go back, which is your chapter number 8. So the trick to clear this exam in 2 weeks is very simple. Is that you focus your learning chapter 3 to 8, number 1, and read these chapters in right order. Start with chapter 6, then 3, then 4, then 7, then 5, and finally chapter number 8. And you are ready for the exam. Roughly around 100 pages. Every day, if you read around 10 pages, you will be ready for the exam in 2 weeks. Now, let's go to the questions. Somebody was raising hand. Shubham, you can unmute yourself, please.
Thanks, Mohit. I'm just wondering, like, why BA planning comes after the yes, I mean it should
Very
be
nice.
we are just doing the planning on basis of the problem what we have understood, right?
Agreed. So that's why, what we are saying is, first you understand the problem. Basically what you're trying to solve. Once you have understood the problem and your manager or your sponsor says, hey Shubham, go ahead and solve the problem. So before you start solving the problem on ground. You will plan. You, developer, testers, all the resources, project resources, along with the project manager, they will do plan that this is how they will solve the problem. And then you start the execution. That's why planning comes after strategy analysis. See, purpose of strategy analysis is, Shubham, is you get the go-ahead for your project. Right now, your project is not even approved.
Okay.
See, always remember, the organization cannot solve all the problems. I am right now working for a bank in wholesale lending department. We listed around problems. We have a common intake process. We listed around, if I have to give you a rough sum, around 90 problems that is listed and given by the user, that this is what they think we should be solving. And as part of next year, which is 2024, we are solving only 3 problems. So this is what tech capacity we have. So we said, out of this 100 problems, which has been given by various people, external and internal stakeholders, we'll definitely analyze all of these 100 problems. When we analyze, we do strategy analysis. At a very high level, we understand the problem. We figure out what it takes to solve the problem. We figure out what will be the benefits if we solve the problem. So when we do this strategy analysis, then, after that, we present our analysis of all of those 100 problems that we have to our leadership, which are operating committee. We prioritize top 3 problems. And once we prioritize top 3 problems, then we plan for those 3 problems. We create a project plan, end-to-end project plan. As a BA, I plan only from my perspective, which is BA perspective. I submit my plans to project manager. He or she creates the overall project plans. Once the plans get approved, then we start the execution. Does that make sense, Shubham?
Yes, got it. Thanks, Mohit.
Thank you. Anyone else, please? Okay, so please remember this order, which is like, start from chapter 6 to 3 to 4 to 7 to 5 to 8. If you follow this order, you will be able to understand these knowledge areas from a practical standpoint of view. Also, please remember that if you go through book, the book is very theoretical in nature. But please don't get misconceived by the book. Reason being is because the exam will not be theoretical. Nobody will ask you theoretical question. The exam will be completely practical, number 1. Number 2, and that's the reason they ask you to have some kind of work experience so that you can read the question, relate to your work experience, what BABOK has explained, you connect the dots, and you're able to choose the right answer. No subjective questions in the exam. It is only multiple choice question. So you will be given 4 options. One or more than one option will be correct out of those 4 options. So once you understand the question related to your work experience, as well as what you have read through book, you will be able to clear the exam. And the best thing about the exam is, since it's not like your, general academics, even if you are able to score 50%, or on a safer side, let's say 60%. So if you get 100 questions, if you are able to get 60%, 60 questions accurate or correct, you will clear the exam. That's why I said 95% of my students who actually attempted the exam, they have cleared the exam. I hardly remember anyone who could not clear it. Most of the people when they attempt the exam, they clear it. The only challenge here is only 10% of the people sit for the exam. Reason being, it's a costly exam. Application is also very tedious. We'll explain that as well. And also, if you don't clear the exam, you will lose your money. So whatever you have put in, roughly around $400, you don't get it back. Definitely, you can sit for the exam again, but then again you have to submit the exam fee. And that's the reason, because there are little bit stakes involved in it. And second reason is, I understand all of you are working as well. You have your family as well. Reading, taking out time from your job is not easy. That's the reason. Average, I would say, participation rate from an exam perspective is only 10 to 20%. So I strongly encourage, I hope this batch will be different. And I really hope that more and more people will sit for the exam. Okay. So just give me 1 minute. I'll see if I have a small quiz on understanding of the knowledge areas.
Mohit, just one query. So for the exams, the queries would be mostly the case studies, right? And then we choose the right answer from the options.
Very nice, Kandi. So it depends upon the level of the exam, Kandi. So if you are going for the entry level exam, which I will cover on the last day, then it will be very simple, straightforward question, which is ECBA. In CCBA, they give you very small scenarios, not case studies. Only in CBAP, which is the highest level of exam, they give you case study.
And the case studies, the answers would be like still, like we'll have to explain them, or
No explain. It's only multiple choice. So they'll give you case studies. For example, let's say Arjun has been working on a particular project. Stakeholders are not giving requirements. He's struggling to get the requirements. What he or she should do to get the requirement from the customer. Then 3-4 questions will be there, and then depending upon which question makes most, sense, you will choose that option. Sometimes more than one option is also correct. So either it's a radio button or a checkbox. If it's a checkbox, it means more than one option is correct.
Okay.
If it's basically a radio button, then it means only one question is correct. I love radio buttons because it makes your job easy. Checkbox definitely is tough to crack it. Even if you get one option wrong, you won't get the marks for that question. And that's why we have only 60% criteria. So roughly, if you are able to get 60% of the questions correct, you are done. So on the last day, when all of you will sit for the exam, anybody is scoring less than 60%, it means they have to study a little more so that they are ready for the exam.
Okay. And they don't have any negative markings as well. If you have one answer, one question wrong, then it doesn't affect the other, right?
No negative marking.
Okay.
So you
And
can
always
do.
Yeah. You can. What were you trying to tell, Mohit?
I'm saying you can always do guesswork.
Always, yeah.
Yeah.
Since it's to choose an option, it's little easier, I think.
Easier, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's why a lot of CBAP certified people are there in the industry, don't get me wrong, who doesn't even understand business analysis. Somehow they're able to get 60% score. And then they say they are CBAP certified. And when you interview them, ask basic questions, they struggle to answer that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And another thing is like that this certification is valid for 3 years and we have to renew it again.
Yes. See, it's a money-making business, Kandi. All of this we'll cover in last day. But
okay, yeah,
challenge
fine,
here
that's
is,
fine.
I think you are the one who actually already attended a CBAP course, if I'm not wrong.
No, I didn't. This is
someone
for the
else.
first time. Yeah.
Someone else. So
That's me, Mohit. That's Namrata.
Namrata. Okay, understood.
Yeah.
So Namrata, I don't know if you're seeing the difference with respect to the last CBAP batch, whatever you have attended. But yes, Kandi, if you see, it's a 3 year, the certification is valid for 3 years, but you only need to renew it if you are pursuing a career of a trainer. So for
Okay.
example, I renew it every 3 years. I pay them good amount of dollars every 3 years. But others need not do that.
Oh, that's great. So it's like only if you're a trainer, you have to
Yes.
renew it by paying, and then you do take the exam again, or
No.
no, just
You
the
just pay
payment.
them and show them your work experience.
Okay.
Only if you don't have a work experience, then you have to sit for the exam again.
Okay. And if you're not a trainer, if you're working as a business analyst, then once we get it, that's enough then.
It's more than enough. See, because reason being is, once you have done the CBAP exam, it gives a message to your recruiter that you understand business analysis. You have done a
Yeah.
formal education as well, which is really more than enough.
Okay.
And you get a certificate, physical certificate as well, which will always be there with you.
And there's no specific validity like for 3 years or not. It's forever then.
Its validity is 3 years only, but my point is that you need not renew it because you don't require it in your respective organization. Why would you renew it again and again after 3 years? It doesn't make sense. Only if you're a trainer, because a trainer who is not CBAP certified or actively CBAP certified, they are not supposed to take this CBAP, course.
Okay.
Then you have to invest.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, got it. Yeah.
Perfect. So I have given a very small quiz over the chat. Guys, I'll give you 15 minutes. Go through this quiz and type in your answers, all your answers in one go, right? Don't type one answer and then press enter, then another answer. Consolidate all your answers and put all the answers in one go over the chat. So basically, I'm trying to understand if you have understood basic understanding about the knowledge areas. Thank you, Praveen, for the answers. Others as well, please type in your answers. We look at the answers at 4 p.m. we have got answers from some of you. And please, you can share, your messages to everybody. It's not like you have to give your message to me only, so that others can also see. So let's quickly look at the questions and then the answers. So if you see here, yes. So if you see which knowledge area gives you raw notes, information on material for BA docs or artifacts. See, the answer is elicitation. Okay, now the reason why we are asking these questions as all of that is because, see, if you look at from an exam perspective, they tend to ask questions in a little complex way. They don't ask you questions in a manner though so that you can easily able to figure out the answers, and then you are able to guess the right option out of all the available options. So now if you look at this question, the question is asking about raw notes information. So if you remember when I was explaining all of these knowledge areas, I said in elicitation, you speak to people, you gather the requirements, and you get raw notes, right? And then you come back and you document the requirements. So requirement documentation, all the artifacts that you create happens in requirement analysis and design definition. So the answer is elicitation. The first one is elicitation. Which is the knowledge area where you get BA docs approved or signed off? Now, this is all about requirement lifecycle management. Requirement lifecycle management tells you, you got the requirement documents here. And when you get the requirement documents, you here get it signed off. Also, whenever a change happens in requirement documents, you again get for sign off after incorporating the change. So requirement lifecycle management helps you understand how you get sign off for the requirement document. So this is the question number 2. Which knowledge area helps you validate whether a problem has been solved or not? The answer is solution evaluation. So why are you evaluating the solution? You are evaluating the solution to figure out whether the problem has been solved or not. The answer is solution evaluation. Which is the knowledge area where you assess change in your BA documents and artifacts, which is requirement lifecycle management. So requirement lifecycle management, you continuously assess changes in the requirements, and wherever approval is required, you go for reapproval as well. So this is RLCM. Which knowledge areas you decide what artifacts you will create? This is planning. Now you know what is planning? Just deciding what artifacts you will be creating. And that is what we call as BA planning and monitoring. And which knowledge area helps you either identify or even analyze the business need? Is nothing but strategy analysis. Any question, please, on this 6 question small quiz that we have? Any question, please, from anyone? So this way, you need to see.
Hi, Mohit.
Yes.
Actually, I'm a bit confused in the question 2 and 5.
Yes. So 2 and 5, basically 5 says you decide what documents you will create. Now see, in planning, you will say, I will create a requirement document. I will create a process map. I will create, let's say, data dictionary. I will create test cases. So in planning, what documents you will create, you plan it in a knowledge area called BA planning and monitoring. Okay. So that's why question number 5 is BA planning and monitoring. But which knowledge area you actually get your documents approved or signed off? So first you have to create your documents. You will create the documents in requirement analysis. Once you have created the documents, then you get it signed off by the stakeholders. And which is the knowledge areas you get it signed off? The answer is requirements lifecycle management. Does that make sense?
Yes, Mohit. I need to read it thoroughly.
No, it will happen. So if I summarize once again, see, look at this, what I am sharing with all of you. Forget elicitation. You start with strategy analysis. Now, what is strategy analysis? We'll discuss today in detail. But strategy analysis is all about understanding the problem, as simple as that. And getting approval from the stakeholder or sponsor. Can we solve this problem or not? Okay. So that is strategy analysis. So once the strategy analysis is done, let's say I am your sponsor. I will say, go ahead and solve this problem. I like your analysis. Now, before you start solving the problem, you will first plan. So what planning a BA does? Only a BA. A BA only will plan that what kind of requirement. See, what is the main job of a BA? If you see, the main job of a BA is nothing but requirement documentation. BA does not do coding, right? Testing BA does in small form. I will explain what kind of testing BA does. But main job of BA is requirement documentation. So before you start documenting anything, you will first plan what kind of requirements you will document. Once you have planned, then you start gathering information for your documents, which is elicitation. And once you have gathered information for your documents, which is elicitation, then you document that information in your document, which is requirement analysis. This is where your requirement documentation happens. You manage change in the documents in requirement lifecycle management, see the name. And finally, you will test the solution, which is built as per your documents. Does that make sense now? Everybody? Any question from anyone regarding this? So if I just do one thing, I will just Control C, sorry. Strategy analysis first. Let me first be a planning monitoring. I think people are getting confused because of this. Now it will make sense. See, is it making sense, everybody now? You start with strategy analysis, then you plan. Basically, you decide what kind of artifacts you will create. Then you do the information gathering for your artifacts. And then you document the artifacts. And then you manage change in your documentation. And finally, you test the solution which is developed as per your documentation. Any question from anyone, please, before we move forward?
Mohit, we got the sign off in requirement lifecycle management, right?
Yes.
For every document.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Because
Mohit, I have a question.
yes. Yes, please.
I'm a bit confused on elicitation. Okay. As per my last training, right? Of course, there are changes from the last one to this. So, as per what I remember, I may be wrong. Elicitation was before strategy, is what I remember.
No. See, first of all, BABOK never specifies any order. And did you take training from Simply Learn?
Not Simply Learn, no.
Okay. So, see, the biggest challenge with BABOK is, number one, they do not specify any order. Number two, if you ask me, elicitation, the reason I put elicitation first was because elicitation is a horizontal knowledge area. Because elicitation is all about gathering information. Right in day one, when I'm discussing the problem with the customer, when the customer is explaining the problem to me, I'm actually doing elicitation.
Right.
So elicitation, if you ask me, informally, it's a horizontal knowledge area. It starts from day one till day last day of. But formal elicitation, which is formal gathering of information, starts after your plans are approved. So for example, Namrata, if you say, Mohit, next 3 weeks, I will work on business requirement document. Then after that, I will work on functional specification document, let's say. So once I approve the plans, then for next 3 weeks, first you will gather requirements for your business requirement document. When you are gathering information for BRD, you are doing elicitation, formal elicitation. You understand?
Okay.
Once your plans are approved, then your formal elicitation starts. That's why I'm saying from exam perspective, you can start with strategy analysis first, which is all about understanding the problem. Then you plan basically what documents you will create. Then you discover information or gather information for your documents once your plans are approved, which is elicitation. Then you actually create your documents, which is requirement analysis. Finally, you get your documents approved and manage change in the documents, which is requirement lifecycle management. And finally, you test the solution, which is built as per your requirement documents by the developers. Make sense?
Okay. It does, but
what is your specific confusion in this order?
For me, elicitation, right?
Yeah.
So elicitation is basically you collect information, right?
Right.
You have different methods of collecting information and facts and all of that and numbers and basically doing that. So don't we start doing that in the very beginning, even before you see?
So that is what I'm saying. You can also start with elicitation chapter if you want, chapter number 4, which is absolutely fine. But it will
doesn't make a difference if we start.
It doesn't make a difference at all. But it will add. When you read chapter number 4, you see that a lot of references are there with respect to planning and strategy analysis.
Okay. So you're saying that's why you start that first.
So that's why I'm saying start with chapter 6, then chapter 3, then chapter 4. And this way you will feel little, you will be able to connect dots better. Because formal elicitation starts once your planning is approved. See, elicitation is, for example, you will plan a requirement workshop. Say everybody come in, we will discuss business requirement. People will travel to your location as well. Some might be outstation, some might be staying in the same city. So formal requirement workshops only happens once your plans are approved. Before planning, you do definitely speak to stakeholders, but it's more informal rather than formal, because please understand, output of chapter 6 is your sponsor might say, you will not solve this problem because this problem is not worthy enough to be solved.
Okay.
Then all of these things will not happen at all. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, for example, if I gave my example as well, we have 100 problems listed for 2024. We will solve only 3 problems next year. So for those 100 problems, we will only do strategy analysis. That's it. Only 3 out of 100 problems will go to the subsequent stages. The remaining problems will say, because see, we can't solve all problems. If I start solving all problems, I don't have tech capacity. My technology is limited, right?
Yeah.
Even if you look at Amazon, they try to solve everything. Remember Amazon app in India, they said we will allow customer to order food also. They launched something called Amazon Food. within a month. It was not successful. They said, we will not, work in that particular area at all. Amazon has a lot of crazy ideas which they want to implement in next 10 years. But they can't implement all ideas. Reason being because every organization is bounded or binded by constraints. Every organization has limited resources. Whether it is tech resources or money as well. Every problem solving requires money. You have limited budget which you can spend as part of your technology. Make sense? So your formal elicitation starts once your plans are approved. And that's why I said it will make sense if you read in this order. It will really help you.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Anyone else, please, before we start into strategy analysis now?
Mohit, as part of these 6 knowledge areas, is there any formal output as part of these areas?
Absolutely. You will understand that today once we deep dive. So today we will finish chapter 6.
Okay.
Tomorrow we'll cover chapter 3 and 4. And day after tomorrow we'll cover chapter 7, 5, and 8. So 3 days we'll finish all the syllabus. Last day, you will have a quiz in line with CCBA standards. And after that, we will also give you time to complete your CBAP application.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else, please, before we start looking into strategy analysis? Okay, now we look into strategy analysis. So if you see strategy analysis is like this. Okay, let me minimize this. So how you need to understand strategy analysis? It's very simple. Every task, so every knowledge area will have tasks. Okay, please remember this. Every knowledge area has tasks. The information that you require to execute that task, we call it inputs. What is inputs? Information that you require to execute that task. Then you have output. Output is information that you will gain after you have finished that task. This is called output. Now, in order to execute tasks, you need stakeholders, right? So some of the stakeholders are listed. When you are reading the chapter, so if, let's say I open the chapter so that you understand what I'm saying. Let's say I go for analyze current state. Now, analyze current state is the first task that we will cover today. It tells you the purpose of this task. Definitely we will cover. Then they give a detailed description of the purpose called description. They will describe about the task description. Then they will tell you what are the information you require in order to execute this task. We call it inputs. So we'll cover inputs as well. Then they will cover elements. Elements are nothing but important points to note or consider while you execute this task. Please do read elements as well. We will cover elements also, right? After elements, they will explain you something called guidelines and tools. Guidelines and tools are nothing but additional inputs that you can consider from other knowledge areas while executing this task, which is analyze current state. So you can just go through these guidelines and tools. No direct question will come. See, please understand, CBAP is not a theoretical exam. Nobody will say which of the following are guidelines and tools for this task. Such kind of questions will never come. You just need to understand and visualize the task. And finally, some of the techniques that you can use while executing this task, right? We'll cover some of the techniques today as well. And then what all stakeholders you might interact, not definitely, might interact while executing this task. And finally, the information that you will gain once you are done with the task. And that is we call as a task description. This is how tasks are explained. So as you finish the 4 tasks today, which we'll cover today, you are done with the first knowledge area, which is strategy analysis. Now, the problem with book is it is very theoretical. Once you start reading it, you will see, they're explaining and they are just twisting the facts and they are going round robin, the simple logic. Please be smart with your reading. Okay, the exam is not theoretical. As you attempt the exam, you will figure out. The another problem is a lot of mock exams are there, which are actually not aligned, in line with the real CBAP exam. So it gives you a false impression that real CBAP exam is theoretical. If you have to attempt good quality exams, go for Watermark Institute. Let me type that. So Watermark has test series, right? Sorry. Yeah, Watermark. It's a little costly, but all the questions in Watermark, if you see 90 to 95% of the questions are in line with CBAP standard or actual real exam. Other mock quiz that you see, you will see most of the questions are theoretical in nature, which does not happen, which does not come the way it is in the real exam. Now let's look at the question, the task. The first task is analyze current state. Now let's see how we'll make it easy. Now in analyzing the current state, what happens is, if you see, I hope it's visible now. See, if you look at the analyze current state, now if you have to solve the problem, I give you a very classic example. When I was in TCS working as a system analyst, they said that TCS want to offer internet banking, SBI, for SBI. Now, if you remember 2005 arena, that time there was no bank which was offering internet banking in India. It was only international banks like Citibank and so on, which were offering internet banking. All other banks were completely branch banking, completely branch. And SBI wanted to take a lead. So when they come to you, the first thing you do is you analyze the current state of SBI. So what we did was we hired a consulting partner and we hired them, and then we analyzed SBI, the current form of State Bank of India, in 2005. So what we saw that where all SBI is offering banking services. So SBI was a big bank. That time it was an Indian bank. So we figured it out, okay, if we divided the whole country into 4 territories, north, south, east, and west, the first thing we understand was what kind of products SBI offer to the customer. Okay. So if you see here, I'm talking about online banks. So we said, okay, products. So we understood that SBI was offering retail products like current accounts, saving accounts, home loan, personal loans, and so on. They were also giving corporate products at that time to the organizations and companies. They were also giving capital market products as well. They were giving to them. And also they were offering some wealth services also to some of the niche customers. So we understood those products as well. We understood which all geographies they operate to. And we figured out SBI was very, very popular in North India at that time, right? This is where they were more, most of the customers were. And also they were popular in other countries, other areas as well. But in Southern India, they had other banks also, which were quite popular. But in Northern India, SBI definitely had a lead. Then in Western India as well, they were doing well. So we understood the geographies where we understood the kind of customers they have, right? And not only that, we understood the kind of employees they have. And we figured out most of the employees, I'm talking about 2005 arena, that they have never worked on computers. Now even kids work on computers, but that time the employees, they had never worked on computers. And when we spoke to customers, even customers were not comfortable with online banking because it's all about money, right? They thought it's always better to walk to the branch and deal with the money. And when we asked the customers at that point of time whether you will be comfortable managing your money online all by yourself, most of the customers says no. We also analyzed the systems that we have within SBI. We saw that SBI at that point of time had a core banking software which TCS was developing, which was banks, but it was still at a very niche stage. And most of the operations were manual. The technology footprint of SBI was very, very minimal. And they used to reconcile accounts, manage accounts, all manually. So when I say reconcile account, a particular branch, if let's say they have given cash or they have taken cash, they used to record it manually in ledgers. Those ledgers were taken to the head branch, and then a master ledger was created. Everything was manual. Even the systems were manual, systems and operations that they used to do. So we understood that current state really well. Before you start working on online banking portal, if you are a product owner, what I want to convey is you need to understand the current landscape. Very, very important. Okay, very, very important. Reason being is, otherwise you will be living in the assumptions that whatever you are building, it will work for everybody. But when we did the analysis of the current landscape, it was a lot of eye opener for us. So what we did was, when we did the analyze current state, we analyze the current state from the opportunity or the problem that we are trying to solve. And the opportunity or problem that we were trying to solve was online banking, offering online banking to customer. That was our reference point. And we did elicitation here. Now you see, Namrata, that why I was saying you can start with elicitation if you want, because elicitation starts from day one. This is mostly informal elicitation, right? Our job was not to do requirement workshops and create requirement artifacts, but we did elicitation here because in order to gather information about products, people, which is customer and employees, geographies, where the bank is operating, the system and operations, we have to gather information from various stakeholders. Okay. We also worked with regulators here, like RBI at that time, to understand what is their view of online banking. And to your surprise, in 2005, RBI didn't have any guidelines also for online banking. It became very profound and very structured later on. But when we approached RBI that we are working with SBI to work on online banking, do you have any guidelines? That time, even they don't have any guidelines. Definitely, they said some of the recommendations like it has to be safe, your data has to be recorded and maintained and audited. All of those guidelines were there from RBI. But right now, the kind of regulations we have from RBI with respect to online banking, it didn't exist at that time. Okay, so we did the elicitation with respect to input, and the output we get is current state description. So this is the current state description is nothing but your description of the products, geographies, customers, employees, system and operations, and any important piece of information that is relevant with respect to the problem you are solving. And also they say, if you look at strategy analysis, they say that in very first task, you get the business requirement, which is a mistake. You don't get business requirement here. You do not start with business requirement. It's a mistake, please remember. But what actually you get here is, when you analyze the current state is, the good point was we understood why SBI is asking for online banking. The reason SBI was asking for online banking was because we understood when we analyzed the current state that it is becoming almost impossible for the bank to service all the customers. SBI was expanding at a rapid scale. In 1990s, if you remember, Manmohan Singh did economic liberalization. After that, there was a lot of economic development happened. Then in early 2000 or late 1990s, you have the IT revolution in India. With all of this, there was a lot of economic upliftment happened during those years. And because of that economic upliftment, the number of banking customers rose rapidly. And SBI had limited branches. And SBI said they cannot expand branches the way the customers are expanding. They have limited employees, the customers are more, the customers needed rapid service or immediate spot services, and employees were not able to deliver to them. And that's why we say that at that point of time, we defined the problem and the root cause of the problem. We said that SBI is looking for online banking so that they can serve the customers at scale. They were looking for scale, and also they were trying to reduce cost of banking. Branch banking is the costliest banking that a bank can offer, because you have to pay rent, you have to have employees in there, you have to pay electricity and all the utilities. It's a costliest form of banking from a bank perspective. So they were looking for online banking portal wherein they can serve customers at scale at minimal cost. And this is what we call as analyze current state. Any question on this first task, please? When we analyze the current state, then the second task that a BA performs is define future state. Now, in define future state, you actually define the BRD. So now the good thing is, please remember, when you are reading this chapter, do not read inputs. Do not basically memorize inputs and output, because these are just recommended inputs and output. It doesn't mean it's not an exhaustive list. So when I say exhaustive list, it doesn't mean that when you are analyzing the current state, only these are the two inputs you will consider. You can consider any other input as well. So again, I am repeating, from an exam perspective, you need not memorize anything. Nobody will ask you question, what are the inputs for analyze current state? What are the output of this kind of questions will never come. Okay. But what the purpose of this book was to standard expectations, to establish standard for business analysis. That's the purpose of this book. So what BABOK says is, whenever you solve the problem, first understand the current landscape as much as you can. That is what the standard they want to establish. So once you have understand the current state, then you define the future state. Now, future state, whatever the output from the previous task, become the input to the subsequent task, right? So whatever problem understanding you have got from the previous task, it will help you to execute the second task, which is define future state. So in define future state, what you do is you create a BRD. What is BRD? If you see, BRD is business requirement document. Very nice. It is nothing but the capabilities you need to solve the problem. So for example, in our case, when we understood this current landscape, as part of BRD, I listed what products we want to offer and to which customer as part of online banking. So if I could show you the BRD that we created, we said that BRD clearly said we will only launch it for retail customers. And the products that we offer is current accounts, savings account, payments, and some basic loans. And also we explained what in current account so we said that a customer is not able to open the account online. That time we never gave account opening services, but see the account statement, download the account statement, right? Make a simple payment like NFT, RTGS, request for a callback for a loan. Please remember 2006 when we launched the website, it was a very, very simple website, right? So whatever capabilities we are building as part of the application, we listed in the BRD. And that is what is, see, they call it future state description. The another biggest challenge I told you in the beginning, the book is very theoretical. They'll call it future state description, but you know internally that this is nothing but a business requirement document. Okay. And also, you define something called value. This is very, very important. I'll explain you now. Just give me 1 minute. I'm getting a little cough. Just give me 1 minute. Sorry, guys, I'm back. I was having a little cough, so just took some warm water. Yeah. So see, this future state is very, very important because here you not only, define what kind of a PRD. For example, in our case, we said that we will mention, we said that we will offer it to retail customers. We will have current account opening, saving account, not opening, sorry, service, current account, saving account, payments and loans. But also as a BA, you list down the benefits that you will gain if you offer these capabilities to the customer. Very, very important. I'll give you a simple example to understand this. And also you create a sort of a business objective. Now, business objective is nothing but we said that to offer online banking for retail customers so as to enable them to self-serve their banking products. The reason BABOK says is you come up with business objective is because this one line becomes a guideline for the entire project or program that you're working upon. It's like a vision statement, right? That the ultimate purpose of this initiative is to offer online banking for retail customers so as to enable them or empower them. You sometimes use strong words, right? To self-serve their banking products. Now, the reason you create this one is when you are talking to a sponsor, right? In one line, you are able to tell the sponsor what you are talking about, just in one line. Okay, so it's a very powerful statement. As a BA, it's always helped. So I was working on UPI wherein I was trying to establish UPI connectivity between US and India. So I created a simple one-line statement to offer real-time cross-border payments for retail customers for peer-to-peer transfers, 24/7. So as soon as I say that, even if you're not from banking world, you know what I'm talking about. And then I'll start deep diving into why we need to work on this objective. So you work on the objective as well and create a value. So let me tell you what I mean by value. So if I open one, let's say value tree, yeah. So this is a good example of a value tree. So let's say this is how it works. So this is the vision here. Vision is nothing but your objective, right? That you're trying to achieve as part of your project. I have given an example here is that if you remember Kotak Mahindra, they came up with the saving account proposition, a new type of saving account which can give you return as high as your fixed deposit. Kotak Mahindra was the leading bank in this. Now every bank is giving such offers. But Kotak Mahindra, back in 2015-16, they launched a saving account, which was completely online, number one. Basically, anybody can open the saving account online themselves. And also they were offering interest rates on saving account, which is as high as a fixed deposit, right? And they said that they want to launch this new type of account because they want to increase the revenue. They wanted more customers who apply for this account. The reason they wanted to keep it online was because they want to reduce operational cost. Prior to that, if somebody has to open an account, they will walk into the branch. It takes 2 to 3 days, multiple follow-ups. It's a waste of time, both from a customer and employee point of view. And also they were looking for improved customer satisfaction. So these are the benefits they are looking from this particular objective that they are trying to implement. Also, what Kotak did was, for each of the benefit, they came up with indicators and outcomes also. So what is indicator outcome? How will you track those benefits? So how a bank will know that revenue is actually increasing after we have gone live with this product? So as a BA, you will come up with indicators also for those benefits. Indicators indicate that those benefits are being realized. What are indicators? Indicators indicate that those benefits are being realized. So for example, here is, if there are increased deposits happening, it means revenue is getting increased. If more and more customer getting acquired, it means revenue is getting increased. Since it was a self-serve account opening, they said reduce call center calls. It will reduce call center calls. Paper statement will no longer be required. Person can download statement whenever. Remember earlier we used to get paper statement from the bank. They used to courier us. Just imagine printout cost, courier cost. Every month you used to get paper statement for the bank. Now no banks is sending the paper statement unless you request for. Everybody gets the online statement. It has become a norm. Also, service delivery cost has been reduced. So no need to walk into the branch to check your account balance. Earlier, just imagine in 2005, if I had to check the account balance, I used to go to the branch, requested for an account balance. Now I can actually check my account balance just at a tip of a finger. You are reducing the service cost, customer service cost, even from a bank point of view. And customer satisfaction, if I'm saying, if Kotak Mahindra is saying we are launching this account, it will result in improved customer satisfaction. How? You will say, if number of complaints of customer is reducing, you say that the bank is realizing this benefit. Customers are referring more customers. Also, the whole time on the call center is reducing, which means customer satisfaction. So basically what I'm saying is, and finally, you come up with the enabler. Enablers are nothing but your BRD. These are the requirements of that you will write in your functional or your BRD. So this is the another name of BRD is enablers. So basically what you are saying is, if you go back, sorry, yes. Yeah. So if you go back here, you see that now this is what you're trying to achieve. You want more customer acquisitions. You want deposits to be increased. So when you write a requirement in the document that account opening has to be completely online, right? Or you on your online banking, you will launch promotional offers. This is nothing but your BRD. Then you map each of the requirement in the BRD with the benefits that you are trying to offer to the bank. And this is how you write a BRD document. So what BABOK is trying to explain to everybody is that as a BA, when you create a BRD is not about just asking customer what they need and then you just document that in BRD. If that was a BRD, anybody can write a BRD. Then why product owner is a specialized job? The reason product owner is a specialized job, what BABOK wants to tell all of you is, understand the problem, understand the current landscape, define the vision or the objective, figure out what benefits you want to achieve from a bank perspective, how a bank can track those benefits, mention that as well. And then whatever requirements you have written in the BRD, map it to those benefits. And this is how a good BRD looks like. Does that make sense to everybody? See, now you understand the relevance of BABOK, why it is so, has become so popular. Not because of their book. The book is honestly is a crap. Once you read BABOK, you realize it is very theoretical. The biggest outcome of BABOK is it helped in setting the right expectations for the BA community. And what it was telling the BA was, as soon as you start analyzing the problem or work on the problem, first understand the problem and then write the BRD, but not only write the BRD, but mention the objectives and create a value tree, which is nothing but help your sponsor understand the value behind solving this problem. As simple as that. And how you can do that? With help of a simple value tree, which is this one. Does that make sense to everybody? Any question, please, with respect to first two tasks before we go ahead? No worries, Namrata. Any question from anyone? There will be a quiz on strategy analysis. So it's better you ask anything now and we'll see how many of you get correct questions on strategy analysis today. So every knowledge area will be followed by a quiz. Okay.
Mohit, so enablers are actually
requirements.
Outputs, requirements, or what are the
Business
features?
requirements.
Yeah. Okay. Reduce nil balance, enhance saving account. So, okay. So is it also like requirements or what features you?
Yes.
Okay, you develop,
Yes.
and then as part of those features, the outcomes will be what benefits do you gain as part of those requirements or features, right?
Absolutely, you are absolutely right.
Okay, outcome benefits. Okay, yeah.
See, the reason being is because I don't know if you guys have heard value-driven delivery. It is becoming very popular.
Mm-hmm.
Earlier, what happened was, we used to develop features for XYZ reasons, and then the organization realized that these features are adding no value to the customer. It has happened. But now organizations are saying we will not create features without any value. Amazon does it beautifully. I have my friend in Amazon. Whatever features they are giving, for example, if you look at Amazon Pay has so many features, right? They give you rewards. and they have it's now a semi-closed wallet. If you see Amazon Pay, you can add money via cards, by UPI, and then you can spend money on various channels as well. So if you see Amazon Pay, any feature they have offered to the customer, the product owner for Amazon Pay has clear understanding what is the benefit they want to give to the customer, and they map it in totality, end to end. They just do not create, and that's why companies like Apple, Amazon, they are torch bearers for innovation. Other companies simply mimic them. Whatever Amazon has done in their respective industry, other companies are just, for example, Flipkart. I hate to say that because Flipkart is an Indian origin company, but now it's owned by Walmart, US. But if you see Flipkart, what Flipkart did, Flipkart just copy pasted what Amazon has done, right? So if you have to be an innovator, the only way you can, justify your requirement in BRD, if you start thinking from a value perspective. This is what BABOK wants to communicate. It has to be value-driven delivery. Every capability in your BRD or every requirement in a BRD is a cost to the organization. For you, it is just text or few words on the document. But from our organization, it's cost. For example, if I say online account opening, it's 3 words. Now I'm working in a bank. I know we are talking here roughly around 200,000 pounds. These 3 words, if you have to implement it, it will bare minimum cost to the bank is 200,000 pounds. So that's why BABOK says, make sure every requirement in BRD is mapped to the value. Any question, please, before we look at last 2 tasks for the day?
So this value tree has also to be need to be in the BRD document whenever we make it. Prepare it.
It can be in the BRD as well, or it can be in another document I'll show you, which is business case document.
Okay.
So you can create. So BRD, you just mention all of these requirements here, right?
Yeah.
But then you create a value tree. You define the current landscape. You create a so all of that output. So basically, what if I go back here, all the outputs here, you see output 1, 2, 3 from various tasks can be combined into one document called business case. So the
business case, okay,
end output of strategy analysis is business case document, which is referred by sponsor before giving you go, no go decision.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
The third task, which is very important, is risk. Now, if you go back to my example, which is online banking for SBI. Now, if you remember, I spoke to my employees, SBI employees, I spoke to customers. All of them were saying they don't need online banking. My parents were in SBI at that time. When I asked my parents that we are working on this, what is your view? They said online banking is a very bad idea. Banking is all about trust. It's all about security. It's all about people's hard money. You make it online. Somebody can transfer it from one account to another. Let's say your password gets compromised. You will lose all your hard money, right? Hard-earned money. But when it's a branch banking, even though it is inconvenient from a customer perspective, but still it is safe. That was my parents' take on online banking. And when we spoke to customers, even they had the same view. They said we are comfortable standing in the queue to make a payment rather than making a payment online. I know it's all of these things sounds very difficult to relate to in today's world. We are living in a world of fintech revolution. But 20 years ago, this was actually the state of banking in India. Not in India, globally, everywhere, right? So as a BA, what this task says is you have to assess risk also. So basically how you assess risk, again, you talk to people, elicitation. I spoke to employees, I spoke to customers, right? You speak to whatever the output from the previous task, they become input as well. Like the objective, the value, whatever you're trying to achieve, right? And also they say that you talk to internal as well as external people. Very important in assessing risk. Biggest mistake we do in assessing risk is generally we talk to internal stakeholders and then we figure out the risk. Generally, organizations, they don't involve external stakeholders. So, but what BABOK says is talk to regulators also. So if you remember during Analyze Current State, I spoke to regulators also to understand what their view. We educated them. This is what we're trying to do. We spoke to RBI, right? And definitely we had a meeting with internal stakeholders like audit, legal, compliance. All of these people were involved as well, so that we understand what we are getting into. And also designs. So basically what designs happened was we created a prototype. So problem here is in assessing risk, what this BABOK says is, now if I show you a requirement document that I created, this is my requirement document of one of the projects that I created. See this reporting statement. Can you see that? Rebates, view access, migration, finance and reconciliation, payments. This is one project I worked on. The kind of Swift messages we have to support, right? Now tell me if this is what it is. If I share this document with regulator or audit guy, legal guy or compliance guy, do you think they will be able to understand anything? This is one BRD that I created it way back in 2010-11 when I was working for CTA. So what we do is sometimes we create simple prototypes also so that people understand what you're trying to achieve. This is what they say. So these are optional, right? Not mandatory. But if you have a prototype, it helps everybody see options to understand what you're trying to achieve. And then you get the output, which is a RAID log. You get risk, assumptions, issues, and dependencies. So what is risk? So risk basically is, any event which is not a confirmed event, but probable event, which can cause your project to fail. Assumptions are things that you assume while building your product. Issues are ongoing issues. Dependencies is, let's say you are dependent on a certain vendor. You list down that as well. So what BABOK says is, your job of a BA is not to only create a business requirement document or a value tree, but you also tell the sponsor that if you solve this problem, these are the risks that you have to closely monitor as well. Very, very important. So what happens is, see, for example, I have now 100 problems that we're trying to solve. I'll give you a classic example. Amazon thought they can excel in Amazon food as well, right? They said people are ordering food and that too from online, and especially during COVID time, people ordering food online increased a lot. Just imagine Amazon failed when food ordering was at its peak in India. That was a time when Amazon food failed during the COVID time, and they took back Amazon food from Amazon. So there were a lot of risks which you need to analyze. We have Zomato, Swiggy. There were a lot of apps we need to work with, compete with. So if you are a product owner for Amazon food, you will analyze how Zomato is doing, how Swiggy is doing, the scale at which they are operating, right? The biggest challenge with Amazon food was they came late. lot of the food vendors, they already were onboarded on, Zomato and Swiggy. And they were reluctant to add one more vendor. They were already struggling having two, apps, because you have to manage order on both the apps. Let's say you are a small vendor, you are getting orders on Zomato, you are getting orders on Swiggy. You are already struggling, right, in ensuring that you are able to cater to those orders on Zomato and Swiggy. Now, third, Amazon came in. They said you also accept orders through my app. It's not easy. And please imagine if you accept an order and if you're not able to deliver it, or you're not able to deliver as per the quality, your ratings will also get affected. So as a merchant, you are very, worried that whether you will be able to cater to those orders or not. So you have to assess such risk as well. So Amazon neither was able to scale from a customer perspective, and neither Amazon was able to scale from a vendor perspective as well. So if Zomato has 10 vendors in a particular locality offering food, Amazon had only 2 vendors. And that's the reason Amazon, even though they launched such a fantastic product, you know what Amazon launched? They launched a capability wherein you can order for future as well. Right now, Zomato, the order will be delivered to you instantaneously. But let's say in the morning, you want to order it for evening, right? You are going home and okay, evening I will be needing a break for dinner. You want to pre-order your food for dinner and then cancel it 1 hour before as well. That kind of facility, the only player which provided was Amazon Food. It was such a great facility, even from a merchant perspective, because the merchant gets to know if they get the orders in advance, even they can plan their inventory in advance, right? Even with such innovation, Amazon, right, they failed. And today we have only 2 big players when it comes to food delivery, which is Swiggy and Zomato. Even Uber Eats failed. Ola also started Ola Food. Everybody failed. Now everybody is again trying to come back thanks to ONDC. That's a different topic altogether. But what I want to tell you is, as a product owner, your job is to assess risk as well. Okay? And the last is change strategy. Now, please understand, see, your job as a product owner is not only to figure out what need to be built, what is the benefit that you will gain after you have built that. Yes, Shubham, you can unmute yourself.
Mohit, I have a little bit confusion in the assessment, like what we have talked for. I think it's external risks we are trying to assess, right? Like as a product owner, what could be the potential risk?
Yeah, agreed. Internal also, there was for example, in my case for SBI, employees said that they will see, when you are offering online banking, the first need for that was employee need to get trained also on computers. My parents and other peers in 2005, they were not ready to learn computers. That time they launched a massive computer awareness program, SBI, which were in tier 1 cities. All the tier 2, tier 3 employees, they need to travel on weekends and build awareness for computers. So there are internal risks as well. Sometimes organization is not ready for the product that you're trying to build. You need to change the culture of the organization also. Does that make sense, Shubham?
Yes, Mohit, thanks.
Yeah. And finally, change strategy. Change strategy is like, how will you offer the product to the customer? Remember, we started with territory analysis, geography. We figured out North India, they have the most customers in North India, followed by West India. Then East and South was similar, right? So we said, change strategy means was you cannot offer online banking to all the customers in one go. You have to start with a pilot. It was a revolutionary product in those days. So we started with a pilot in North India. We had a successful case study. Once it became successful, then we extended to Western India. And then we started targeting Southern and Eastern India. And once it was successful in tier 1 cities of all the various parts of India, then we started onboarding customers from tier 2 and tier 3 cities as well. So what I'm saying is you cannot define the change strategy unless you have analyzed the current state really well. Just imagine you are a BA, product owner. For this particular problem, somebody says, I am your sponsor. I say, hey, Shubham, tell me, from where should we start? Let's say I have an online banking product ready today. How we should offer to the customers? What products should we offer first in the online banking first? So we said, the first thing we saw when we analyzed the current state, 60% of the time, customer used to walk to the branch just to check account balance and take account statement in the passbook. Can you imagine? It was a favorite pastime for some of the senior citizens because they used to get interest every quarter for their FDs and all. So what they used to do, they go to the branch, they will see how much interest they have gained. They will get the passbook printed. So in those days, it was a favorite pastime. And then, they used to talk to their fellow friends and all, get passbook printed and come back home. So we said to our sponsor, the first product that we will offer in online banking is self-serving current account and savings account. The second most favorite transaction was payment. If somebody has to give a money, cash payment was always there. It was very popular. But let's say somebody has to give online, a big money from one account to another. It was the second most popular payment type, transaction type. So we said that we will go offer products and services in phases. We start with current saving account, then we'll offer payments, and finally we will offer loans. Right now, everybody is taking loan. I mean, all of us have credit cards, right? That is also a form of loan. But that time, people never used to take loans from the bank. Even though it was most, I will say, affordable type of credit, but still people used to take loans from their friends and family. Remember 2005, 2006, if you need money, you will go to your relative and they used to transfer money to each other. So what I'm saying is you cannot come with a roadmap unless you have output from previous tasks. And this is what strategy analysis is all about. Any question, please, on strategy analysis?
Mohit, for the first to analyze the current state and define future state, it is something related what we used to do like positive or negative validations in the BRD, right? Validate the
example.
Hello.
If you can explain me, like, what do you mean by positive and negative validations?
I mean, what I have seen so far, if we have any specific requirement exclusive for something, then how we can say how we will say like it is incorporated in the system right now. So for validating those, like we have few positive validation, like users should able to do that, or like this particular thing enables user to do that. So something like this.
Yeah. So that is you saying acceptance criteria basically, right?
Correct.
So, yeah. So you mentioned sometimes acceptance criteria as well. Right. For example, here I have mentioned the acceptance criteria. For example, this is my requirement. My requirement is, providing the pooling facility for interest offset. And then for every requirement, I've given acceptance criteria as well. Like this is how it should work, this particular requirement from when I'm working on that particular, when I implement that particular feature in the application. So yes, you are right. We do mention acceptance criteria as well. We'll talk about requirement documentation once we achieve requirement analysis and design definition knowledge.
Sure, Mohit. Yep.
Okay. Anyone please else? So guys, what we'll do is we'll take a 15 minutes break now. And after the break, I will explain you some of the good techniques in strategy analysis. And then we will have an interesting quiz on strategy analysis. Okay. Right now it is 17:05:06. We'll come back sharp at 5:25. Okay. 5:25 will come back sharp, and then we will look at some of the techniques in strategy analysis and also an interesting quiz. Let's see how many of you get all questions correct from strategy analysis. 5:25 sharp, please come back. Thank you. Hey everyone, please message on chat once you are back. Thanks, Praveen. I think we can get started. A lot of people have said back. Okay, so let's look at the some of the techniques which are prominent in strategy analysis space. And then we have an interesting quiz on strategy analysis. So let me share my screen. See, one technique I've already explained to you, which is value tree. Very, very powerful technique. If you see over the last 5-6 years, there is not even a single project that we have initiated without a value tree. It has become a mandate, organization-wide mandate, that if you do not create a value tree, your BRD will never get signed off. So it's very, very important. We'll see if tomorrow, if I can ask you to create a value tree, we can pick up a problem. We'll see how tomorrow's session spans out. But I strongly encourage all of you start practicing creating value. It's not easy. If you think value tree is all about creating, these 4 columns and some boxes and your job is done. Template wise, it is very easy, but the kind of thought leadership you have to go through in creating this just one slider, it is very, very complicated, especially for someone who doesn't have a domain knowledge. Okay, so value tree is very, very important. We do root cause analysis of the problem, right? It is very, very important. So there are 2 root cause analysis we do. If you see when you analyze the problem, you know the symptoms. So if I give the example, let's say customers are not opening bank accounts. It's a symptom of that problem, right? The problem is customer is not happy. Your customer feedback is pretty bad and they are not opening a bank account. It's a symptom. Then you figure out the causes of that problem. Causes could be your account opening procedure is not online. It's complicated, right? You do not understand customer requirements. You might offer an account which customer is not looking for. So for example, you might be offering saving account to the customer when he or she needs the current account, right? So you look at all the causes and then figure it out why that problem is happening. So 2 technique is very important. One is fishbone diagram and the second one is 5 why. So fishbone looks like this. So this is the symptom or the effect, like customer is not opening the account. And then you figure out the causes why the customer is not opening the account. So first category is maybe you are not offering right account to the customer. So misalignment between the offer and the customer expectation, it could be category 1. Category 2, too much time to take to open the account, right? Category 3, lack of customer awareness. It could be that as well. Customer is not even knowing that you can offer that kind of an account. For each of these causes, you find this is the primary cause, the first row. Then you start finding the secondary cause, like why this cause is happening. So when you say customer is not even aware of the account, you will say the secondary cause could be not enough marketing spend. It could be that as well, right? Kotak Mahindra launched this saving account, which offered as good as your FD rates. Just imagine, right? You have, let's say, some 100,000 rupees in your saving account. You have not even created FD, fixed deposit. Still, you're getting as good as returns on the saving account. You should have taken industry by the norm. Most of the customers are still not even aware of that offer. Now that offer is gone, Kotak Mahindra is not even offering that account anymore. But just imagine people were not even aware of that account. If you're saying it takes too much time, understand why it takes too much time. Maybe you are asking for unnecessary documentation from the customer. Lot of banks, they have conservative approach. They will ask for everything, even if they don't need, they will say, okay, please provide this document also. I went to SBI for taking a home loan. I remember in 2014. The only reason I said I will not take a home loan was documentation. They asked me so many documents for that simple home loan, right? Me being a salaried person, still they were asking for me each and everything, like my assets and all. I said, finally, I will not go for that home loan at all. So we decided we go for a relatively less costlier, property option, wherein we don't even require to take a loan. Just imagine I did not take a loan because of documentation. That's the real reason. So you create a fishbone diagram. Sometimes you take 5Y. The difference between 5Y and fishbone is all this you need to remember from exam point of view. In fishbone, if you have more than one category of causes, you go for fishbone diagram. If you have only one category of cause, which is causing this effect, you go for 5Y. So let's say customer is not opening account only because of documentation, let's say, and no other reason. Everything is online, our offer is best, customer is aware of the account. The only reason they are not opening account because of heavy documentation. So you ask heavy documentation why? Then you say we ask for, these and these things. Then you ask why you are asking for these and these things. Then you say it was mandated by internal audit in 1980s. Why in internal audit it was given? Because one of the customer did a fraud and we could not track, right? So this way, up till 5 levels, maximum 5 levels, you need not go till 5, right? Then you figure out the actual reason why documentation is heavy for this particular account. So 5Y is also a good technique if it's only one category of cause. You do SWOT analysis. Now, see, I have 100 problems. Or let's say Amazon food. Amazon launched the food category. They should have done SWOT analysis. I don't know if they have done it or not. So they should have listed their strengths. Amazon is an app which is available everywhere. So that is a strength. People are aware of Amazon. Weakness, late entrant to food market, online food market. Opportunities, lack of features available in that space. Zomato and Swiggy now have groomed up the features to the level that you can't even imagine. But that time when Amazon Food first entered, they were looking to offer certain capabilities, certain features to customers, which Swiggy and Zomato didn't have. Number one. Number two, they were targeting tier 2 and tier 3 cities as well, because Amazon reach is way beyond than Zomato and Swiggy. Then threats, definitely Zomato and Swiggy. So you create this matrix. Basically, you say how you can use your strengths to capitalize the opportunities. How you can use your strengths to address threats, right? How your weakness can be addressed with help of opportunities. And this is the area, weakness and threats, where most of your business requirements will come, because you have to have requirements, capabilities. which can help address weakness as well as threats. Okay, so SWOT analysis you do. Benchmarking. Benchmarking is nothing but you compare yourself with competitors. Amazon Food must have done it. Like they must have seen what Zomato, Swiggy is offering. And accordingly, they said that if you look at the MVP of Amazon Food, it was minimum viable proposition was they will offer all the features which Zomato and Swiggy is offering. That was their MVP. So benchmarking is nothing but you compare your offering with that of competitors. That is benchmarking. Okay. You do financial analysis. Now, biggest, if you see this, knowledge area, there was a knowledge area in version 1 called create business case. They removed that task from strategy analysis. Now it's no longer there in entire BABOK. But if you see business case as a product owner, you create a business case. You figure out when you will get your returns. If you are offering Amazon Food, let's say you spend 100 crores on building that feature. You have to tell your sponsor, these are the tentative profits year-wise, and this is how you will get your return in the next 5 years or 10 years. So financial analysis is very, very important aspect of a strategy analysis. Pestle analysis, right? So remember I said when SBI came, they said we want to offer online banking. We actually did pestle analysis that time. We said, okay, what is the political scenario? Nowadays, you have to be very, very politically aware. If you are a fintech, you have to be very mindful of what products you are offering, how you are offering. You're not hurting anyone, right? So political scenario, if you figure out the sensitivity and accordingly you play your cards. Economic analysis. Right now, India is doing well. Definitely, we have our issues, inflation and all, but people have money to spend. So you can offer something wherein customers will spend money. Social analysis. Again, this tells you the style of living, the living style of that particular country or a region where you're offering the product. So let's say Amazon Food, like, okay, Bangalore will be offering a lot more of continental food, whereas a tier 2 city in Punjab might be offering more on Indian food. So you will prioritize vendors for Indian food in tier 2 city over continental food. So you do social analysis, technological analysis. Now, tier 2 city, they don't understand English. You might need to offer them product in local language. I mean, I'm just giving example, tier 3 city, let's say tier 2, everybody now understand English, but tier 3 cities, villages, your house elves, right? Your maids, they might not understand, might not be comfortable in English. So it's better and also that's social, to be honest. Technological is basically you figure out the level of fraud, how secure your app should be, whether it should be on-prem or cloud, right? All of that, what kind of automation you're looking for, that is technological. Legal. People can get legal and political, they are like both similar, but there are certain rules and regulations like tax regulations and all of that you need to comply by, right? If you're offering food, GST compliance is a big pain area. Different food type have different GST. You need to understand that as a product owner. Any milk related product, GST will be 5%. Any prepared. So remember there was an ad, the news came, it became very popular. Like if it's a parantha, it's 18% GST. If it's a roti, it's 5% GST. This became very popular, this news, and people were getting confused. So you have to understand all of that. Environmental as well. Now, if you are launching Amazon Food in Bangalore, you say, I will give orders up to 20 kilometers. Do we have infrastructure? In Bangalore, different cities, areas have different congestions. So you need to understand that. So you do pestle analysis as well. And lastly, remember you gather information about resources, your customers, channels, everything. You create a sort of business landscape like this. So all your people, products, operations, procedures, geographical spread, you try to put everything in one slide, right? This is what are some of the techniques that you need to focus on. See, exam will never tell you to conduct a technique, number one. Very simple questions come in exam. Let's say you are analyzing a problem. There are multiple reasons, categories of, reason types, causes type for that problem. Which technique you will use to document root cause analysis? It's a fishbone diagram because there are multiple categories. So this way, see, what I want to tell you is the biggest mistake people do is they think, number one, CBAP is theoretical. It's not. Because book is theoretical, they assume exam is also theoretical. Number two, if you are able to visualize the task, the way I'm giving you examples, trust me, you are ready for the exam. Number three, you need to understand it's not your board exam. Nobody is asking you to score 100%. All you need to score is 60%. Even your score is not listed on your certificate. So what I'm saying is, if you score 100, I score 61, both of us will get same certificate. So please do not make it unnecessarily complicated. It's not a tough exam. Very, very simple exam. And you can actually clear it in 2 weeks. And it has a lot of brand value. If you have written CBAP in your resume, it's a stamp that you know something about business analysis. Any question, please, before we have the quiz today for strategy analysis? So I'm giving this quiz to all of you on chat. It's a simple true and false. Once you are ready, give me your answers. Simple true and false. All answers in one go over the chat. And let's see how many of you get it correct. At least 60%. 60% means 4 out of 6. So if you are able to score 4 out of 6, trust me, you are ready for the exam. Okay? I've given you over the chat. I'll give you around 15 minutes and then we look at the answers. I've got answers from some of you, others as well, if you can type in. Meanwhile, I'm looking at your answers. I think I have got answers from most of you. I was looking at the answers. Just 5 minutes before more, and then we look at the answers. Okay.
Mohit, we will get the relevant documents to read, right? I mean,
Yes, yes,
not
you will.
from the drive, like maybe someone will share with us, right?
Yes, yes, I will do that for
Okay.
sure. Don't worry. Tomorrow I will take, maybe one of your email ID and then probably or Anish email ID. I have that Anish email ID. I'll forward that tomorrow. Okay.
Yes, because it's gonna be good if we follow up with the like what we have learned.
Absolutely. It totally makes
Correct.
sense. Totally makes sense. Tomorrow, definitely, I'll share some documents with Anish.
Yes, so
Thank you. I think we
thanks.
can look at the answers. Almost everybody has given except few, which is okay. Or maybe 3 minutes more and then we'll see. Yes, so I think I've got answer from most of you. So let's look at the questions now. The first thing is risk mitigation strategy describes actions to be taken to reduce the impact of the risk. Now, this answer is false. See, this is how BABOK exam is very, very important, because they will play with the keywords. If you see, look at the word mitigation. Mitigation means you avoid the risk to happen in the first place. You don't want risk to happen. So for example, if you are planning for World Cup schedule, you plan for stadiums in various cities. One of the risks is rain, right? Now, if you say, now you want to choose cities where probability of rain is less. This way, you want to make sure that your play is not obstructed or paused due to rain. So mitigation is you reduce the probability of the risk. For example, if you see the World Cup matches, only very few matches are in Bangalore. Even though the customer base in Bangalore is huge for World Cup matches, ICC World Cup match, right? Cricket. And in Bangalore, the amount of returns you can get from tickets is easily 2x comparing to any other city except Bombay. But still, number of matches in Bombay is less because they had a risk mitigation strategy, which is they want to reduce the probability of the risk, which is they avoided matches in the first place in Bangalore. They had very few matches, which is non-important, like Netherlands and so on, just to reduce the probability of the risk. The answer is false. So this way, people get questions wrong. Second, purpose of change strategy document. Note the keyword is to provide detailed solution approach. Answer is false. Purpose is not, detailed solution that you are trying for the problem or opportunity. The purpose here is the change strategy is that how will you offer that solution to the customer? Okay. What is the solution that you will create is part of designing. Like Amazon Food, they came up with this online banking. We designed our system that customer will log in. This is how account section will look. This is how payments will look. This is how loans will look. This is how they can download an account statement. So all of that solution approach that we did, right? We said that we decided as part of design, which is covered as part of knowledge area. If you see, right? Just tell you. Sorry, I think. Let me. I think some. Sorry, I think. Yeah. So basically, if I go back to my note, where are my notes? Yeah. Or let me go back here. You see this requirement analysis and design definition. So you design your solution here, right? But what I want to say is that if I go back here, oh, okay, now understood. It's a Notepad Plus. I was wondering how it's happening. Okay, so change strategy document purpose is the roadmap of the solution. So if you ask me what change strategy document does is time, phase, plan to realize potential value. This is change strategy document. Okay, second is false, first is false. Third says future task. You define time phase plan to this is change strategy. So again, this is false. Future state task is nothing but your business requirement document. So again, third is false. Fourth, current state include defining the solution. No, you do not define the solution in analyze current state. You just articulate what is the problem. You do not look at the solution in current state. Severity of risk, two factors, probability and impact. True. Fifth one is true. First four is false. Fifth one is true. Future state does not include existing capabilities. This is very, very important. False. In BRD, if I look at my BRD, this one, which I created for Bostro, it also had some of the existing features that were in the system. We even listed those features. Reason we listed those features was we wanted to make sure those features are not changed while you add your features into the existing system. So that's why in BRD, which is future state description, we also make a note of existing capabilities that may be leveraged to solve the problem. So this is false. So only one question is true. Fifth, rest all is false. So if you see, this is how CBAP will test your logic. If you memorize inputs, outputs, and all of that, nothing will help you there. But if you have done work experience, and if you apply a little bit of logic and smart reading of keywords, you'll get the answers correct. Any question, please, any doubt, please, with respect to these 6 questions. Anybody got 3 correct out of 6? Very nice. So if you see here, see, exam is not tough. Trust me. I gave a lot of professional certifications. CBAP was the easiest one to my surprise. The reason it was easy because the questions were very, logic based. You need not memorize anything. I have a very poor memory. I cannot memorize anything. Even if you look at PMP was more memory-based questions. It was a bit theoretical, if you ask me. Project management professional certificate that I went for, it was a bit theoretical. Even PMI SCP was a bit theoretical. But when it comes to CBAP, almost all questions were logic-based. Very easy. You understand what it is, you visualize the task and give the answer. Any doubt, please, on these 6 questions? I hope everybody is clear with the answers. All are false except 5th one, which is true.
Mohit, the exams question would be like this only, like this level only, right?
See, only difference is in CBAP, they will change this logic into a scenario or a case study. So they will give you here I am asking you question directly, right? They will ask the same question in form of a small scenario or a case study. That's the only difference. I will explain all of that on the last day. Don't worry.
Okay. Thanks, Mohit.
Okay. Okay, folks. I hope you enjoyed the first session. I generally try to make it example oriented. I try to give as many relevant examples as I can because it helps in 2 things. One is you are able to understand what we are discussing. And secondly, it helps you retain and memorize this, whatever we are learning till your exam day. Trust me, all of these examples that we have discussed today, it will even help you during your exam day. Yes, Praveen, you are asking something?
Yeah, I need some explanation on question number 6.
Yeah, question number says that it does not include existing capabilities. So what BABOK says is, Praveen, that when you are writing a BRD, you not only mention the capabilities that need to be built, definitely that you will mention, but also mention some of the existing capabilities that you will leverage in order to solve the problem. The reason we do that, Praveen, is, let's say you have an app you're adding more features to that app. Sometimes when you add more features to that app, some of the existing features which are required to solve that problem, it might get affected. So from a traceability perspective, it's always good, whatever capabilities you require, existing as well as to be, mention everything in the BRD. And you can classify those requirements. You can just add one more column in the BRD saying that status. You see the status here? You can say existing or new. Does that make sense, Praveen?
Correct, but you add one document, right, where it was explaining the inputs and outputs, where the BRD section has the existing capabilities. Yes, that I agree.
Yeah.
But the future state description, which comes after BRD, right?
No, in
So,
the BRD, you define future state in BRD, business requirement document. You see here?
okay. So that's output of the
Future state.
Future state. Okay.
This is mistake. They said business requirement came in current state only. This is wrong. This is wrong. I have written it, but this is correct.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Understood, Praveen? Perfect. Anyone else, please, with respect to these 6 questions?
Mohit, one more doubt. When you said that we have to add the existing capabilities in the BRD, so it means that when we analyze the existing system, so we will know the existing features in that product. And when we identify the gaps and when we identify the gaps and we know what change we have to bring in.
Right.
So when we add the new features, we also add the existing features. That doesn't mean that we bring in all the existing features, right? Whatever the features that what are those existing features that we need to retain to solve the
Absolutely
problem, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You are absolutely right.
Okay. Yeah.
Perfect. Anyone else? Perfect. So tomorrow what we'll do is we'll cover 2 more knowledge areas, and also time permits, I might ask you to create a value tree. Value tree is becoming very, very popular. So I want some of you to have hands-on experience. If time permits, I'll give you a simple problem statement and I will ask you to create a value tree. It's not difficult from a template perspective. Very, very easy, right? All you need to do is this one. Create 4 columns in one slide, and then just create these text boxes, and then you have just basic arrows and you are done. Thank you so much, Agnes. Thanks a lot, all of you guys. See you tomorrow, and we will continue this learning journey. And I promise you, by end of day 3, you will be confident with BABOK, and day 4 we will have an interesting mock quiz end to end, plus your application readiness for the real exam. Thanks all.
Thank you, Mohit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mohit.
Thank you, Mohan.
Yep.